So welcome back, everybody. We're going to be starting the stream here in a few seconds. We're just going to be starting the clock on the top eight. So on the stream, we have Johan versus Bob Steen Jensen. Both players are quite good. And joining us in the studio today is Jan Ullerup, one of the local players and the Pink Brain Matter blogger.
Hello, guys.
Right, so I'm just going to go start the clock on the guys. And we'll just bring up the players here. So, as we can see, we've got Johan's flying Galactic Empire, 5 Inquisitors, pretty standard list. As far as I remember, Johan won a trial here recently.
Yeah, he won a trial last weekend with quite a lot of players in Sweden. So he definitely have experience with the list, and it is a bit surprising. I mean, we've seen the Inquisitors be good. Not in that exact layout, without all the gender support and stuff, but he's done well with them.
Yep.
So there's a lot of ships on the table overall.
Yep. So it should be a pretty good match, and so yeah, I'm just gonna go start the clock on the match, and then I'll be right back. Right. So top 8. Good luck, guys. There's a lot of prestige on the line. If you're Danish, we'll kick you out. Don't win. So, good luck, guys. We're running off my clock today. So ignore the clock that's down in the corner. So, good luck, guys. And we start in 3, 2, and 1. Good luck. Yep. So, just start that. Yeah, perfect. So, yeah. So here we are. It should be a pretty interesting match, I think. And what we will do is turn the cam. There we go. And yeah, so do let us know how everything looks. I'm just gonna do some Facebooking here quick, and
I've already made a mistake.
Hopefully, Jan can keep you entertained
Great.
for a little while.
Absolutely.
Because I should have moved the other guy and then barrel rolled.
So please be active in the chat.
Well, we can't win them all.
With any questions you have on the match or relevant
This
other
guy.
things. When's his thing going rather fast, Burns? I'm curious if he'll be able to catch those Inquisitors, obviously depending on how you want to fly them. But in this particular matchup, Johan will be essentially flying 5 aces if he wants to. They certainly have the maneuverability for it. They're very sort of stubborn ships that refuse to die.
Okay, then. 2 straight. Calculates. 2 straight, calculates. 2 straight and 2 straight, calculates.
2 straight here as well.
Yes.
I think a boost. And everyone does the same thing.
So yeah. I think it's going to be a little while before we see any real engagement. They seem to be taking it very slow, very steady, very measured.
You'll probably see Steen turning in as soon as he can,
Yes.
I would suppose,
No shooting, clean up.
between those 2 big rocks, but Johan should perhaps try to get a flank. Needs to
Keep
surprise.
noticing templates I haven't picked up from my storage. First I missed that one. Wait, where's that?
Oh, you're gonna need it.
Yeah.
Later on.
But we've seen a lot of separatists also in this tournament. It is surprising how well they're doing. If you look at the stats for just September, then Separatist is actually the lead faction. They're the one least being played,
Yeah.
but they're also the one that is doing best.
Yeah, well, it's not a big surprise. What I've been seeing in the tournaments that we've had since the Separatist released was a lot of the old Swarm players and a lot of the higher,
Okay.
the more technical players seem to be gravitating towards the Separatists, which seem to suit their style a lot more. So it's great to see. It's awesome to see so many Swarm type lists coming back, and for the most part doing reasonably well. So yeah, it's been an interesting season so far,
This poor
especially
fellow
since
will
this release.
fall in line.
I think what is interesting is that this is a no way 5 tournament.
Yeah.
Because it hasn't been probably released in the Nordics in time for the tournament. But even then,
And now we'll just keep 3 forward and
they're doing
calculating
really
with
well.
everybody.
And actually, if you look at it, even on sort of in the global community, then it's actually not the Nantags that is driving Separatist success here in September. They are certainly good, and they're certainly hard to play against, and it's a very good counter to certain lists. But the base sort of vulture swarm with a few tricks in is really what's doing it. So I'm pretty sure that we will not see another points drop on the vulture in the next points update, because I think considering how few Separatist players there still are, then they are surprisingly well represented in the top.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to see, do we have other Separatists? We have 1, 2. I
know.
mean, we have 3 in the top 8.
I think it's 3 in the top 8. Yeah.
No, there was just 1 at 9. So there's probably 2 in the top 8.
Yeah. Because I know Boog is flying Separatist as well. He's also in the top 8. He's playing against
Yes.
Krister at the moment.
Yeah. So
Now we actually have to think.
yeah, and
Yeah.
he's playing
Precisely.
with slightly fewer ships. It's only 7, but with Seer and also T8175, which really does a lot of work for you. But he has even more tracks up his shape, obviously. So with a little luck, we'll see him on stream at some point. But I would say that Johan's list is probably the most unique in the top 8. It's something you don't see every day.
No, we do have 2 Imperial Ace lists that are actually squaring off against each other. We have Christopher playing against Rasmus. Or is it Jesper? I always get those two guys mixed up.
He's playing against Rasmus, yeah. So that is
They're both playing.
both playing Vader and Whisper, and then
Yeah.
one of them has an Inquisitor
Yeah.
with Sense and Cluster missiles, and the other one has a naked Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of difference in the operates for Vader and Whisper, but that's basically it. Rasmus squeaked in with a high MOV and 4-2 from yesterday. Christopher 1 out. So they're playing. Then we have
This
Quad
wasn't easy.
Swarm playing against
How do we
single
control
rebel
the
list.
range game?
Well,
Yeah.
actually, the 2 rebel lists are
playing off
squaring
against
off.
Yeah.
So there we have a Lugan Wedge with both with regen and proton torpedoes, and a few other things, and then Jake Farrell with crack shot to back them up and give them some action efficiency.
Yeah.
Oh, US is 1 and 2. I thought it was 2 and 3.
Yeah, and then the final matchup we have Puga, which we just talked
Fifty,
about with
Yeah, no problem.
another separatist swarm, with even more tricks in it, but fewer ships. Squaring off against Krister with Suntia Vader, Grand Inquisitor. So we have 3 Imperial Aces lists on the top, 2 droid swarms,
Yep.
and then 2 rebel lists. One of them being the super tanky U-wing.
Oh yeah, that U-wing list that Ona is flying is an absolute beast. You may have seen him on the stream yesterday playing against Christopher. No, I can't remember if he was on the stream. Yeah, he was on the stream.
Return.
But it is an absolute. Hona played against Tobias yesterday
Calculate.
on the stream, and that was just an absolute
Return.
crush.
Fully
It
expect
was
everyone to do the same here.
with Hona's list as soon as he gets that pincer going.
At this point, I'll not break up the swarm.
But yeah,
At least
so
I have them
it's-
4 and 4.
As we see, they're still moving slowly into an engagement. It's a good chance that we're going to see some shooting this round, and we should probably start seeing some interesting tricks from the droids.
Yeah. It's pretty much, there's just so much wall firepower
The
in
rest
these
of the guys.
ultras,
Yeah,
especially if they get there when they sort of initially fire off the energy cell charges.
yeah,
Not uncommon to see
Calculate.
that they don't ever get to reload them really. So for most of these games, then it's all about how many droids you can take out before you shoot.
yeah.
Calculates.
That's probably less of a concern for Johan. He won't necessarily have the firepower on the first turn. Oh, 1 part.
Interesting.
He's role playing just to slightly stay out of range so he can jump the range bands. Or perhaps he's splitting up. Doesn't seem so far.
Looks like he.
It would make a lot of an easier target if he split up. Because he is, for all intents and purposes, he is flying 5 aces.
Yeah,
And those cluster missiles,
they're going to do a lot of work.
they're going to do a lot of work. And, Johan has been doing good against aces,
Yeah,
but those cluster missiles are even better against swarms.
yeah. No, exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, coming back to the Separatists, I actually think it's interesting how they took so long to develop, because they were considered by many to be almost a joke faction when they came out. But
Yeah.
Steam's list you could pretty much build day one.
Yeah.
The drones got a little bit cheaper, but the energy cells got the same amount more expensive. The struts there on number 12 was more expensive. You could just have dropped that.
Yeah.
I don't remember if the feet hand autopilot came down, but they could have been strong all along, but you just needed to sort of learn how to play them.
Yeah, exactly, and that's I think the big thing that we've seen on the higher level EU play as well is that it took a while for the Separatists to start shining, just because everybody was trying to figure out exactly what the synergies were with the lists. But now that they've seemed to have cracked that nut or cracked that shell, we're really starting to see some good things on the lists.
Yeah, absolutely. setting. Steen must be racking his brain trying to figure out where these drones, where these Inquisitors are going to go.
Yeah.
Johan styles are down. He knows
He knows he's got his game plan.
yeah, he's got his game plan and he's not being pushed around by what Steen does.
You know, shortly before the match, we had a quick chat, and Johan admitted he has a plan on how to approach this particular list. He's just not sure if it would work. So we'll see. We'll see if it works.
It'd be interesting to know if he flew against any separatists yesterday.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I feel like this turn is gonna be.
It's gonna be crucial.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm good.
Yeah. Me too.
5 games.
Yeah. I like to be around one of
Looks
you.
like he's going to try and do some blocking, maybe some potential blocks.
Yeah. Getting in
But
there.
it's not long enough.
I wonder if that's a
You
strike.
do the same.
Yeah, hard to say from here. Unfortunately.
He's just going in. I mean, the Unity cells are. I mean, they're nice and they're a big threat,
Thank you.
especially with that fake conversion, but they're not the end all be
It's
all.
just because I have moved and taken action.
Drone at range 1 will still punish you.
Yeah.
If anything, I think
I think that's
Steen should consider loosening his formation. He might be doing that right now.
Looks like Steen may end up trying to kind of flank him. Catch him in a bit of a pincer.
I think that's
Still
so
just
far so good.
on the outs.
And now I'm gonna bump something. I'm
These
afraid
four can be the
they're
final.
too tight to
Yeah, I
make
think
the
so
bank.
too, if you want to do
To
it.
bank, yeah. Coming in, I think we'll see a target block here. No, sorry, not a target block. So some of these are charges. And it's more likely that those two they get a
But
good view and
the barrel roll will
it'll
fit.
be really hard. But you want to escape those arcs. You're spreading them out, guarding against sort of the 5 forward boosts from that block of Inquisitors.
Nice guy.
Oh, and as Simon says in the chat,
Oh,
there
it's
will be
gonna be
blood.
inside.
Or, depending.
Yeah.
You fit?
There will be sand.
Yeah, yeah.
We got a little bump there. No? It just fits.
So with this guy.
Okay, so the lazy one bank.
Yeah.
I could bump, make you bump me.
Take a look.
Yeah, you might even say, force swarm
Number 10. 10. Yes.
against droid swarm.
Yeah. Exactly.
See this fella. The most crucial one.
This turn for Johan is
I think this is the
critical
critical term.
because he wants to have his target locks. Otherwise, the Inquisitors really prefer to get
Elephant.
Yeah.
Oh,
That is
No.
that is.
what does thumbs up? Does that mean?
Yeah.
I think Steen is happy it didn't bump. So
Welcome to this fella. Let's spread him out.
Yeah.
A lot.
I'm not sure he is happy about that. I think he just indicated to us that it fit.
yeah.
I think he would have liked that block.
Yeah, he would have liked to have that block, but
Of course.
if you don't have to move the ship, it's not a bump in my books. So that is
12.
insane.
Okay, so now we see all the target locks coming down. They're sort of clustered down there in the back line, and I don't think Johan can expect a single cluster to outright kill anybody. But this hail of missiles that's just coming out, then he's really hoping to just thin down the swarm a little bit, and then he just has to deal with whatever comes back his way. And if he can, even take out just one more of them than what he loses, then his superior mobility should.
I need to take a
see
just
some,
moment
we're gonna see some carnage.
Yeah.
See what.
I'm pretty sure we're not going to time.
I don't think so.
Alright, I do hope the sound is coming through okay. It's the first time I've had somebody else commentating on the stream as well, so we're just doing some playing around with mic settings, so hopefully
use
the
our own
commentary
dials?
mic's coming through pretty good.
I want to use my dice.
Yeah, otherwise, please let us know in the chat.
Yeah.
3 hits.
Okay, we have dice out, so
Yes, at number
That
1,
looks like
at number
three
3,
Number 14.
14. Yes,
So number 14.
so 2 hits.
I can't see the dice count.
2 hits.
So 2 damage cards.
14.
And number 1 fires another at
2 hits on 14.
fire at number 16.
Did he spend the
We
extra
have
charge?
arc.
I fired number 12 instead.
Yeah,
1 on 12.
1 on 12. Yes.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Okay, another 3 natural hits and a
died.
blank.
Yep.
First blood, number 12 is gone.
Hull breach.
Yeah.
And
Hit, crit,
damage
crit.
power regulator.
Yep.
That's just brutal. Mind you,
I'll
but
just
not a
mark
big
him as
surprise,
dead.
to be
Oh.
fair.
Because he's
Yeah. It is important that he's still there.
Yeah.
So he's marking that one is dead.
Number 4. Fire concussion on number 10.
yes.
There's going to be a hail of calculating.
Yep.
You spend my force there. for 3
Okay,
hits.
only 2 hits this time. No, he modified them for free. So that one takes 2.
On number
Which
10.
number was that? Yep. Number 10. Perfect.
And fire a second concussion at. A fire on number 9 here.
Yes.
4 on 9. And I used my 4, so 1.
He is. Oh, just 1.
No problem. Yeah.
And there it is.
Take number 2. And I can still fire on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to fire a concussion at him.
And he is calling them concussions, but they are cluster missiles on his ships. So
1.
Yeah, the rule said I had to.
Yeah.
I'll just take that one.
Yeah. It is a 1 on number 2 on 12.
Yeah.
By the way. Number 2 fires another one.
Nothing there?
yeah, it looked like he evaded it.
Number 10.
And he's shooting again. The same one. So this is the secondary shot.
Hit and a crit.
He's gonna roll so many dice.
Wait.
Jesus.
Natural race there.
Yep.
You have 1 hull left on this guy, right?
Yes.
Take number 3.
Yes.
Fire at number 3
Yes.
with
And he's not
cluster.
done yet.
Reroll with luck. And a force.
He spent the target lock. Free.
So 2
One
on
evade.
number 3.
And another one from number 3 on number 9.
Yes.
Okay, so he killed one and got 3 to 1 hull already. This game could be pretty short.
I will spend somebody's calculator.
I think you have your own.
Yeah,
if you
but
want
I'll
to,
take it from number 12. He
Yeah,
dies.
yeah.
Spending a calculate. Yes, then you'll
Yes,
have plenty of
so
those in a
100
minute.
on number 9.
Yep.
So something takes.
Stunt pilot after executing maneuver.
Stunt pilot.
And the last one, number 5. Fire concussion at number 3. Yes. 5 on 3. And spend my
I wonder if
force.
you can get any of the secondary effects in. Oh, there he is. 3 hits.
Number 3 is
Blank focus.
dead, so I'll just take
Yeah.
2,
He just takes it.
Yeah.
3
Sacrificing the LV.
directed,
No, well, he doesn't need that many calculates. He
And
takes
fire
4
another
cards
shot
or
at
something.
number 9. 5 to 9.
3, yes.
2.
I will take number 3's
Yep.
calculate token.
So that's nine.
Alright, so I have 2 guys that died.
Yeah.
So I'll get 2 calculate tokens
Seems
Yeah.
okay.
on everybody who's
Yeah,
still
yeah.
alive.
Absolutely.
Okay, so here they go down.
Here, the raining of calculates. This is
Okay, now we
I
get
need
to see
one more.
if we've done it right. We should be
Okay.
moving 2.
And
yeah.
he died.
Yeah.
Oh, any mark.
Warlock.
Yeah.
My stress. He died.
We should perhaps.
And it's number 9 that's.
Do you think we have all the damage correct, or should we can go check it?
We'll check here.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright.
Yeah. That thin out the hurt.
Yeah.
Okay. I will.
All right. So now this could be an interesting round.
It was.
Steen still has a number of
Yeah,
them with
okay.
the energy shell charges, so there's a good
And
chance
you
we'll
have
see at
spent
least
the
one
force
of
on
those.
everybody. No,
Not 1 and 2.
not
Those
one and two.
4 left.
All right.
I don't know. I mean,
So-
Johan even spent the force.
All 3 of them. So
I
a
will
few of
start
them,
with
so,
number
yeah.
7.
and he's got no other dice mods.
These 2
So
guys are dead. Number 7 will
He's
shoot.
just gonna
Yeah.
pray to roll at least 1 and
yeah.
At number
then take it with the shields.
1.
Yep. Yep.
7 at 1.
And that will probably be fine.
Energy shell
Still
charge.
has- At least he has 2 target locks out
I will
there.
spend one of my own calculate tokens
Yeah.
for crits.
Yeah. You have plenty.
Yeah, I have plenty.
Yeah. Is that?
Again, and
And it was the number 1.
1.
So 1 force.
You had the force.
So 1 shield.
Yeah.
he's 1, so he takes 1 shield.
Number 10. Still shooting at number 1.
Yep. Yep.
Stage should probably focus fire.
I'll just make 1 crit.
Yep. Roll, so just a crit
And I dodge circle.
Yeah.
and 1 a day.
14. Shooting at number 1.
Yep.
2.
So,
1 shield.
I did spend my energy shell chance, right? Yes. Uh, 16. Same target.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
all 3 hits.
Did I kill specifically those that I didn't have?
Yeah.
Okay,
you
that
killed
was
them.
better.
You
but-
won.
Oh well.
One
Doesn't
die.
matter really. I die anyway.
Okay, yeah.
But should we do that? Did we reroll
Yeah,
it out?
I think we should re-roll them. But it
One
was
day.
meant to be.
Yeah. So
Okay,
2 hits.
that's
Go.
he's dead.
Okay, then I have my
Lost the shield from the
number
prior shot.
5
Yep, he only took 2. He rolled 1 of it.
and number 2 has.
I think
Yeah,
he
yeah,
has.
so
I
yeah.
think he's supposed.
We'll do a double check in a minute.
Yeah.
We'll put him back to 1 point.
Then I'll shoot at number 4.
Yep.
That's a primary attack, range
Yeah.
3.
We have more shots coming in, so he may well be dead soon. 2
Yeah.
and
And then I got number 9. Primary at range at number 4. Ooh. And it was a crit.
Oh no.
oh, then he
Spend
changed 1 by
calculate.
rolling
Yeah.
over.
Yeah.
So another 3 hits.
On number 4.
Yeah.
So the shields are gone.
That is.
So
So
Yes.
4 of his shields. I'm just gonna go do a quick damage check.
That
and
was
then we'll be right back.
everybody. Yes.
It's number 1.
He did take the one down, so he is it.
Yeah, so now instead of 5 against 8, it is 4 against 6. So
Just doing a quick check, right? So number 1 did go.
Yeah, and I have 2 shields. Number 4.
2 shields are gone. Number 4.
3 and 12.
the points are close. The question is who can benefit most from this board positioning.
And yeah, good. We're all good. Awesome.
Vi sætter den værste eller bedste? They are dead.
Yeah.
And we don't have any more we, so just you know.
Doesn't really matter. So those 3
It seemed like they pretty much all shut off their
Yeah, 5, 16 and 7.
half the charges on the clusters. He just shut down shots.
Yeah, well, it was as Johan mentioned, right? He killed the wrong 2 ships. He killed the 2 ships that didn't have the shells on. So
Yeah, well,
so now things could get very interesting. I think this team's got to really play, I think, a block game. Now they've all got their force charges back, so
Can I see one of your
interesting.
You can
And I
have
think
this
they all
one as
fired
reference
off their
if you
cluster
want.
missiles as well. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, it'll be very interesting. It's a quick catch up there on Steen's part, getting half points on one ship and then taking one out. So that's I think it was a pretty good trade as far as Steen's concerned for that round. But we'll see.
yeah,
Time will tell.
we'll see. I tend to think that Johan got a little bit better out of that trade,
Yeah.
but it all depends on how well he can utilize, how well he can take it from here. Because Steen has 2 ships that are stressed over there.
Yeah.
Oh, he just forgot to move on. Okay, he removed him.
Yeah, so number the blue one is 4. It's 4. Yes.
And these Inquisitors are some of the most maneuverable ships, but again, the Vultures are no slouchers either.
No, exactly.
None of them particularly like going slow, at least not in a straight line.
Actually, I'd love to check one of your dice
So-
as well. I don't have 100%.
I think we might be seeing a round with not a lot of shots.
No. Yeah, so it should be. Yeah, it's going to be. I think it's going to be an interesting round. I think this is going to be a very important positioning round as far as everything's concerned.
Yeah, because if Johan can get in another round of cluster missiles, then there's not going to be much list left.
No,
for Steen.
exactly. I think the smart. I think Steen might have to sacrifice at least one and get some good blocks in, or try to. But yeah, I think it's still really too close to call. As you say, I think Johan's got the slight advantage in this, but yeah, it really is. It was a good, slow, progressive engagement. They really set themselves up right. Even though it's a quasi joust at this stage, I think it still could go either way. But the 2 stressed vultures, I think the ones that are going to be the big issues for Steen to try and work around that stress.
Yeah. He does have the benefit that he can just move them in any order he wants, because he's all I-1. So perhaps he can block with those. Sort of depends on what he thinks that Johan does.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a fast removal game.
Yeah.
And is Johan going to be able to keep his ships together? Does he even want to?
Yeah.
I mean, there's very little chance that that Steen is just going to allow him to 4K on him.
Yeah.
But you could also see both players just going fast,
Yeah, it's true.
just passing by
You know.
each other and then turning in for.
Do a much more aggressive third post round. You know, it could still be hard to
Obviously,
say.
Steen is a little bit more limited because if he wants to go fast with the stressed ones, that's like the 4 straight is blue. But that'll bump.
Yeah.
Yes. You're good. Yeah, I'm good. I think it's as good as I'll be.
Perhaps he's really good. That front
thought
one
with
he
this
sent
guy,
out to
yeah.
block that didn't quite block anything.
We'll
Well, perhaps it blocked the one that died.
try to cram in a K2. Yeah.
Yes, he's doing the 1K. He's doing the 1K. Disrespect. He fits. Oh,
Oh, you're kidding. Oh,
I'm
my.
part of your formation now. I'm the machine amongst you.
Oh, so we have the T1000 sneaking in, right? It's
Oh, never mind me. I'm just an inquisitor having fun.
Roger, Roger. You know, it's as bad as the the prequel trilogy was. You know, the one scene where 3PO is in the middle of the droid
Yeah.
army. You know, that's exactly kind of what I'm picturing here, right?
Exactly.
That's just hilarious that it actually pulled off.
So he's blocking 2 straight. For a few of these. Perhaps he just wants to get up and get close and personal, but I mean, even without mods, these Inquisitors still have the Force.
He will.
I mean, we saw them lost
just
1.5
calculate.
last round. Remember that was the round where they all target locked?
Yep.
The round where they take evade and keep their force. They are absolutely immortal. Okay, so we have a 2 bank. Does that fit? Okay, laying down a long lane there. No, it doesn't fit.
But where do we bump? Yeah. This is the knobs.
We'll see the train tracks come out. Should we just bump on the corner? If it doesn't fit, it shouldn't move anywhere. It
Yeah, it should just be on the corner.
Yeah, around there. Yeah.
Josh? Ah, never mind.
No, it's close enough. I think that's about as close to the position.
That block
there's always-
position is advantageous for Steam as well.
Yeah, there is a little bit of wiggle room, as everybody knows, on the templates, right? So moving an X-wing is not an exact science as much as we would like it to be.
No, but we sort of have to pretend this because
Yeah.
otherwise the game would just break down completely.
True.
Yeah.
So, okay, so there's bumping. That one should pass. Okay, so again, that's the little wiggles.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got
good, okay.
4 arcs facing them. So what did Johan do? How did he solve the problem? Turn away.
Turn away. Looks like the template goes over the rock. Or the pass bar.
Oh, he talon rolls. So he expected Steen to go fast.
Yeah.
That one will probably not have a shot. Perhaps on the droid amongst us.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we have
Yeah.
5.
Yeah, he'll be out here. Yeah. You want to do this sort of
like that can fit.
more. Well,
Mark them up, boys.
Vincent is looking. Yeah. So we should go for those
Just
two.
mark him up. There's no way around it. So we might see the Inquisitor turn into less of a formation and more of just
Breaking apart.
Swarm.
Take advantage of the. Try and surround them.
Oh.
It turned a little bit.
Yeah.
Speaking of inaccuracies.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because if
I'll take a look.
Steen can, point his gun at one thing at a time and completely kill it,
Yeah.
then it's fine, unless all the others also have arcing.
Yeah. Exactly.
There. Yeah. Probably bump somewhere along the line. I won't make it through.
No, that's not going to go.
Doodly about bump into you.
So I wonder how far it gets.
It looks like it might just clip that side corner of that one in the middle.
Yeah, you'll bump
Yeah,
somewhere on his side.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll touch. I felt the bump when I touched him there, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So
But still, I thought you would have to get halfway, but you can still shoot.
Yeah,
yeah.
he still has 2
here
targets
I'll-
with that ink, so
Do basically the same.
yeah,
But he also
In here
he doesn't
somewhere.
go very far. Yeah,
now it would be interesting to know who there are. Johan has 2 target locks down.
yeah.
His biggest problem is that none of his Inquisitors have Mars. Oh, he didn't even bother to. The one that went through
Start with number 4.
didn't seem like. Oh, perhaps that's one of the targets.
Doesn't have ours. So no shot.
That makes sense.
Number 5 and number 14 is injured, right? She had one
14
left.
has one left.
Yeah, so I'll fire at 14. Yeah. Number 5 or 14.
You have a good feeling for what number is what?
Yep. So they're calling it out on this
I'll
on the
spend
camera,
my
so it's fine.
hopes there.
Oh, that's why you're so knowledgeable. I was like, how do you know these things?
It's
you'll
it's
get one
I have
damage?
secrets.
And 14
14
dies.
takes
Okay,
one.
so 1 dead.
Yeah. So 14 is gone.
Marking stats.
Yeah.
Let's see if.
See, there's a reason I have the setup I have, right?
Yeah,
I can hear them. Yeah,
fire
and
number 16.
yes, that's right. You know,
Yes,
Johan
3 on
still has
16.
all his force tokens, so he does have some force
I
mods,
have to use
but
them. So. 3
yeah.
16 is unscathed. So took one.
Another 2 damage.
2 damage. So half points there on 16 now.
But a nearly dead drone is still.
That's it.
It's still, you know,
It's still
Then
dangerous.
number
close
14 dies.
close
Yeah,
only
you
counts
get
in horseshoes and
everybody
hand
gets
grenades,
covered,
right?
yeah.
So, you know, you've got to take them all out, or you know, they still even on 1 health they still get their shots. So
Now it
now we get the
calculates.
now we get the rain of calculates again. You know, I think when and if I continue doing these streams, I should come up with some, you know, graphics. So with all these droid swarms, right? Here's the rain of
So
calculates.
number 10 has no shot. So I'll take 16.
Also, let's not forget
Shoot
that
at number
this,
3.
this speed hand
Range 1.
autopilot is
Yeah,
2.
really punchy.
yeah, it can be.
I mean, it's gonna put 4 dice into an Inquisitor with just a single force mod.
yeah,
That can kill him outright,
yeah.
depending on
Oh, exactly.
where the. Do you know which one of them is number 4? Which one is the number 1?
Number 4, I can't tell from the screen.
I'll take number
but,
5.
yeah, number 4 is the one.
And
There it is.
number 3 has no force.
Number 5, but yeah,
He's
no
asking about it now.
Oh, which one has the most damage? It's
Because
that
that
guy.
should be
Yeah.
Steen's.
He's behind the clouds.
Yeah.
So 5 at
Yep.
5 at 5.
Oh.
Spent my 2 calculate tokens.
Yes.
Oh, so 4
4
hits.
hits.
4 hits. Okay, time to roll like a god.
108. So 2 shields and a crit.
So he takes
It's
2
a-
shields
2 shields and a crit.
and a crit.
Direct hit.
And
Yeah,
and
that's
2
his
cards.
yeah.
It was a direct.
It was a direct
Then
hit.
I have
Okay, so
7.
that is what.
That's exactly what Steen needed.
Yes, it was. That is what happens when you get into range 1 of a 3 dice gun
Yep.
Is
with
it
2
okay to remove this
2
one?
calculate
Absolutely.
tokens. And,
He's dead. So
Yeah. So
Yeah.
with
It would just make it a little
Yeah.
bit easier.
I think you have.
But I
all-
still think
pretty
that
certain of it.
Johan's strategy
Range,
of
is
not
it range
trying to
2
sort
really?
of dive
Yeah.
to get
Seven.
the tactical relay carrier,
Range 2 at number 3.
it is the way that he has to approach this.
Yeah.
I'll spend
Okay, so
all of
2
these calculated
dice,
tokens.
so 2 hits.
So that's 2 hits.
And Johan is praying, and let's get his
So 2 hits on.
Okay, then I have one guy left. It's number
this
9.
one, so
Yeah.
probably number 2.
He cannot shoot at number 3.
Ah, doesn't
He
look
cannot
like.
shoot at number 4. So he will shoot at number 2.
Yep.
Range 2. Range 2, yeah. Spent my calculate token.
Okay, so sorry we just got distracted there for a moment.
One shoot.
That's another hit. It's on a fresh one.
Fresh one.
That's it.
Yep.
So that looks like it was number.
I guess it was number 2. It's the only one with shields.
Yeah. So number 2. That's 1.
And
Right. So now
Okay,
we're
and
back
Stain
into
is
Flanagan.
actually significantly ahead. That was a really good turn for him. He lost one drone
fairly
and
even.
half on another.
Yeah, it is.
So I'm
And
going
the-
to just go do a quick
and the match
planning
isn't
phase
over.
check on the damages, and I'll be right back.
Yep.
So you have 2 that's half pointed and
One that's
Yeah.
one shield away from it.
Okay, but this is by no means over. I think it can still change
Number 2 is on 1 shield.
very quickly with cluster missiles and low health ships.
5,
3 and 4.
2 and 4 on.
But perhaps Johan has got to try to reduce the damage a little bit.
So number 2 is on 1, 3 and 4 on 2. Yeah. So
So the most predictable Inquisitor is the one that's stressed. The other ones, you don't really know what they're gonna do. And I think I would be advocating for Johan to fly away.
I think that's the wise move.
And he might even have been trying that last turn when he had a lot of these long straights.
Yeah.
But Steen blocked him up real good
Yep.
and had a few millimeters here and there.
Yeah. I think, Johan really needed to lose, take out at least one other droid from Master. But to be fair, that infiltrator droid was the clutch move. I think.
It just fit in there. But it's kind of funny because they both have now, sort of the majority of their swarm pointing in one direction, and then a single Strackler pointing the opposite way.
Yeah.
But I think if Johan can get to range and sort of go out, take a target lock, and do a town roll or whatever, and then
Oh, I
get
still
these,
have an image chill charge.
the next round
Because
of
this
cluster
guy, he
missiles,
couldn't-
then
yeah.
Steen's offense could completely collapse.
That's
so
nice.
we've still got one energy shell in play, so that's going to be interesting.
Oh. Yeah, and that is of course the downside for Johan is that Steen could be reloading those.
Yeah.
But even then, I think if he takes the target locks going out, then even if Steen reloads, then he could. I think Johan would come out on top and just.
Missing. He's missing. He's missing.
Okay, so we have a little bit of game updates on the other
I
games.
just had to get order
For you with us.
move them.
I was playing against Luke, Wedge, both with protons and regens. Is
Okay, yeah.
coming
Can you help
ahead.
me?
This big Wedge is given up to only half points in the beginning, which is a good thing. Hugo, who is playing Pistol, right?
Calculates.
So that is the other separatist
This guy.
form
Can you help me again?
has killed the Grand Inquisitor. So I hope these guys don't know yet, but there might be a promotion for one of them. And Christopher in the ace
We'll take.
Is ahead against Rasmus.
Yeah, can
So
you
yeah,
do it? It's on your side.
It's shaping up to be a very, very interesting top four once we get through this.
Yeah. And the good thing about the Rebel office is that we'll at least have some faction.
Some faction variants in the top
Yeah.
four, so that's going to be nice.
Sometimes you get lucky.
But I think overall we didn't have any of the first order players coming through, but then again there were only 2 of them.
Yeah.
Could you?
We didn't have.
There. Yeah, I think
We
I'm
don't have
gonna
any
bump.
Republic in top 8.
Yeah, I'm
There's no
bumping.
Republic in the top 8. So the Jedis didn't really push through this time. Although we did see some really nice Jedi play. But yeah, they just didn't make through.
No,
Oh, which one had the target lock? Is it?
don't have any scum either.
No, none of the scum made it through.
Hey, the
so
last guy.
it's really a lot of Empire.
Yeah,
So that will actually be 4 of the 8 lists,
yeah, something like that.
and 2 separatists and 2 rebels.
And he will.
Okay, so
Do a bell roll.
So it looks like Steen is breaking his swarm up just a little.
I'll keep
More,
that
I think
for
more to
myself,
cover
because
his
you have
bases.
another one there. Sorry. Yeah, no problem.
you can see
Happens
he's
all the
done
time with these.
up top.
Yeah.
He said, "Well, there's one Inquisitor that I can somewhat predict, and that's the stressed one." And there is almost no move for that guy. Oh, that's too aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah.
A nice block.
Oh, and another bump.
Oh, that
least-
is that's exactly what it
Yeah,
Steen.
at least he doesn't get shot, but he doesn't get anything to shoot at either. And he doesn't get a new target lock. And this guy
Bumping. Oh,
is bumping and probably taking 2 range 1 shots. One of them from
yeah.
that Belbala.
Yeah. This is.
I think this
Something like that.
should sort of mathematically be game. I don't don't have the overview on where we have the drones on 1 health. That can change things a lot. But we only have 2 shots coming out of Johan.
I start with number 4 and number 10.
Unless
Yes.
Cluster missile.
Oh yeah, you had the lock.
So the one in the black back there that Johan is shooting at is one of the one health ships.
he's spending the target log, is he shooting missiles?
And my force.
Or are they range 2 to 3? I don't remember.
They're 2 to 3, I believe, on the clusters.
So he had 1 life left.
Yeah.
So he'll just.
We know this. They are 1 to 2. So that means that he can use the
Secrets.
clusters against one of the others
Damage sensor array
in that little pack.
and blinded pilot. Yep.
And I'll fight with number 4 and
That
number
is
5.
dead.
With the second.
Okay, and I just hear that Christopher has won his game. Going from ahead to just straight up winning. So
Shot there. See here.
Christopher wins, or Christopher.
Christopher wins.
Christopher wins.
Yeah.
I think they have you in order.
So Darth Vader and Whisper both with
Right
passive sensors. Wins over Vader and a regular Inquisitor and Whisper. Again, passive sensors.
Yeah, I'll fire range 2 shot on number 9 then.
Yes.
1.
Yeah. So that's it.
No damage there.
Number 10 dies.
only one-
Everybody gets a calculate.
Yeah.
So
This is going to be
yeah, because now comes all the calculate.
So this is going to be a deadly turn, potentially deadly.
So the bottom Inquisitor is taking 2 shots.
Let's start before I forget.
And the top one
I have
is
1
taking-
energy shell charge
Oh yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
from the beginning.
Yep.
And I'll fire that at number 2. Number 2 has 1 force and 3 life total. Spend for crits.
And I spend my force,
Yeah.
so goes to last shield.
Yes.
Force, lost one shield.
That's another half point.
16.
Yeah.
Same targets. Spend
Okay,
one.
so there we
Calculate.
have 1.
Oh. Then range 1 shot.
Yes. Yeah.
From number 5 to number
Here
4.
comes the money shot.
I have a calculate token.
It's free.
That's 3 hits.
Well, the guy has 2, so he needs some paint,
It did crit.
and he didn't get any.
So hit crit.
Taking free.
He's gone. He's gone.
Which one was
No
that?
more shots.
I'll go do a check.
Yeah. I don't
Can't
know what's
fire
done
this
with
buster
it,
missiles anyway.
but it's
Yeah.
gone now.
He's useless. Now.
Number 4.
Right, so that was number 4 who got dropped.
And now he has 2 lives left.
Yes.
And he has 1 left.
One left. Yes.
These 2 are full health.
Full health.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
so now it's 2 against 4.
Yep.
Steen's up a ton of points.
Yep. So
Steen's forces are scattered, but Johan's not looking much better.
No, but I think I think we're going to see a complete reposition rounds at this point. I don't think they really have much of a choice. It could be, what Steen might do is chase down that bottom Inquisitor who's stressed with 2 of his ships, and
Yeah, they're both really stressed, so you can go for either of them. But the 2 top ships from Steen,
probably going to do a swing around.
yeah, they might go on the outside, or
Try to
the
preserve
top
those
one
points.
could 1K, and then
Yeah.
I think it's sloops on the Belva maps. I don't remember. But Johan has, he has to avoid being blocked, and if he avoids being blocked, then his ships are
So what we
super
have with the
survivable.
Belvalo is,
Yeah, free sloops,
we have the 3 sloops.
so you could free sloop out
Yeah.
to the left, and then 1K the one on top.
So
And I don't know where the energy shell charge is.
so it'll be interesting. Yeah, exactly right. That Johan's facing a bit of an uphill battle at this point. That particular engagement pretty much sealed it. I think personally, Johan was a little too aggressive in that round. I think he should have maybe done a slight attack reposition as opposed to trying to go in to take more ships out. And Steen kind of, I think, played into that. I think Steen has seen Johan's play in the past, and Johan tends to be a very aggressive player
Perform a barrel
in
roll.
the later rounds.
Can you
So he's rolling down to block the one hard left.
Forward, that's middle, and well, no, you can't go the first back.
we'll take try forward again.
Let's see if
Oh, we'll take a middle.
get that.
Right, so that's a hard one block.
This
For
guy.
sure. Most likely. Oh, he's gonna try and
Just gonna try to block that
both.
as well.
Just keeping my stress.
Get shot. I think.
And 2 turn.
Okay, so just 2 hard turning.
I will
And reloading probably.
reload.
Yep.
Here comes the reload. Too hard turning.
And I
He's
believe
probably pushing for boost there. And stressing.
Yes.
So that guy is the trap.
yeah.
Let's see what happens. No.
I had an idea. Oh, you'll go that way. Yeah.
Still gonna end up in the arc up there. But you know, frankly, if he takes an evade now,
He'll be difficult to kill.
he will not take any damage.
No.
Not from free dice with a single mod. But he could also be greedy and take a target lock, and then that Inquisitor might never live to use it.
Taking a bait.
He took the evade.
There it is. Bump into
It's
you.
probably the wisest thing you could have done.
And this guy gets blocked, but that has no consequence. So immediately he actually gets a shot at
He gets a shot at that bottom one.
that bottom one that is at 2 health. So one of the things that we frequently talk about with Storms is that they take so long to play. And I'm not saying that this game will not go to time, but I actually think they got a lot done.
They did. You know, I
So, I have
don't
one shot.
think either player really expected this match to go this long.
Number 3 and number
You know,
9.
yes, swarm lists are take a long time each round to plan and play, but at the end of the day, they're also very fragile.
Okay, 2 hits and he blanks. That is a dead drone.
1, 2, and the last one was crit direct.
If
Oh, that's
9.
free.
yeah.
Okay, so it was one of them was direct.
9 died.
That's the stun pilot
So
one.
that's the stun pilot one. So,
So-
9 dies.
So
Everybody gets calculate.
The calculate rain comes out.
yeah, and it's gonna make almost no difference. Steen only has 1 shot.
So
Yeah.
I have my
The most dangerous thing for Johan
range
here is
1 shot.
He blanks.
Spent my calculate.
so he just needs to roll 1 paint with 3 dice.
And I spend my evade, of course.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so I think the most dangerous thing for Johan here is that autopilot, because he's not gonna sort of one round that.
7, 16, 5.
So one of those two have a
number
target
10
lock on the
died.
bottom one.
Yeah, number 10 is gone. This one.
So we have 1 drone left on 1 health. We have 1 drone with full health, and we still have the full health Sabal. So yeah, it's. I think. To be fair, I think still it's a bit of an uphill battle now for Johan, but I think Johan's in the better positioning now.
Yeah, I mean, so 37 points. That is
He basically
that is
needs-
killing all the drones or killing the autopilot.
Yeah.
No finishing off the drones will not even do it. They will only give him 36.
Yeah.
So he needs to get at least half on the autopilot. If he can kill the autopilot, he will be ahead.
Yeah.
He still has 13 minutes. And now we're down to 5 ships on the table, so it should be reasonably fast.
But we do have that reloaded energy shell. So,
Where's the lock? It's,
No, it's
yeah,
this guy.
energy shell,
This
so-
guy.
Yeah, they probably both have 1 active gun. No, we don't know.
You know, at least now the planning phases tend to be a little bit faster, so at least that's the upside.
From Steen's point of view, I think he needs to get the autopilot in there and bully these Inquisitors. Okay, so I'm gonna try to simultaneously translate from Swedish here. Oh, you're probably better at that.
Oh god, it's been a while since I've.
I'm reading. No worries. Johan will do magic shit.
Yeah, that's also a very typical Johan thing. Johan does. He is known for pulling rabbits out of nowhere. We do have a saying somewhat in English. He's got a horseshoe shoved
I'm
somewhere.
thinking, do I run away or do I
times.
engage? I can't run away that long. No. Okay. Yep.
I think the Inquisitor to the right is the one that is most in trouble
Yeah.
because he's sort of facing into these droids coming around
With
the gas
energy
cloud.
shell.
This one.
Whereas his buddy is probably a little bit more in sort of hunting mode.
Yeah, he's gonna hunt down that. Is that the droid? Yeah, so that's one of the droids. Is kind of leading one Inquisitor out of the way.
You will try some K-turning, not
So I think,
is it long enough.
depending on if Sting could be conservative here and just say, well, if I don't leave my that was interesting.
It's blue.
Oh, he was stuck that way. Okay, so he's probably gonna barrel roll.
Yeah. He's probably going to try and use the autopilot.
Yeah.
Maybe not as a blocker.
No. He's gonna hurt Inquisitor.
Yeah.
He wants block.
Yeah.
So now there's not a lot of moves that gets him not in 2 arcs with that right Inquisitor.
Right.
Okay, he went straight,
That's 2 arcs, one of which has got an energy shell.
and the other one,
no
which
shot.
is just 3 dice.
Yep. And
No, but I think
shots.
it's fine. He needs to evade now.
Yeah.
Evade and a force. He gets this.
You can evade.
Yeah. There's the evade.
And a K-turn here.
Okay. Okay, the other separatist form has killed Darth Vader. I don't know what the score is otherwise.
Well, I tried.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
on the
That
Rebel
was a
on
good
Rebel
run.
matchup, and Luke is now also
So I
half.
fire 2 on 16.
So is the
Yes.
U-Wings form. So it's 2 U-Wings
Reroll
versus
with the
Jake Farrell and
Yes.
half from Skywalker.
And a force.
So 1 crit on number 16.
Okay,
It was a
so
damage sensor
once
array,
again, Steen
16
managed to
died.
get all free ship shooting.
16 dice.
Yes.
And I don't have any more shots, so it's.
Everybody gets calculated.
Yeah.
Ah. 2 guys get calculated.
Oh, so something died.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay.
I've arranged 2 shots.
Yeah.
Now,
Primary.
I think for Johan, the real problem now is
I
not
have
necessarily
calculated tokens.
that he can't win if he loses an Inquisitor,
Yes.
but he actually might not be able to win because of time.
Then I have energy
But
shot
otherwise,
challenge.
I would trust the Health Inquisitor to take this.
He's got the energy shell.
Very nice.
So here comes
Here
2.
comes
2 hits.
Spend my force.
Yes.
So
Johan
quick
just
goes in.
went out of
Yes.
it,
And it's a. No! Direct hit.
and he is
Oh, that's second time.
Direct
Yeah,
hit.
yeah.
it's a direct.
And which one was that? I didn't hear. I don't think it really matters.
No, it's one of them.
They're both,
And he's
yeah,
40
so
points.
we'll just go
Yeah,
on home.
yeah, I'm half of that, so. I have to kill everything in your list to win.
Wrapping up his stuff.
Yeah.
Did he concede?
Half point. Half point
His
and
points
kill.
were enough to know that
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got almost no chance against those 2
by
ships.
now he would need to.
He has to kill both ships.
He had, kill one and half the drone.
Time.
So, and that might be a tall order.
Oh, that's a
Did he
long
concede?
time to run.
Yeah.
Looks like Johan is going to try and run.
Oh, he just moved all the dead ones off. So now we just have cards for one ship lying around.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do? You just Johan, you just like free forward and,
Okay.
and take a target lock, and if you
This guy.
steam, then you make sure that you're not within range one of each other.
Yeah.
He has the boost, so that can help him a little bit.
Steen's just gonna
Steen's running away.
say, well,
Reserve points.
yeah, he might be going too slow with the droid down there and saying, well, you can kill the droid, but then you will never catch me. So you sort of have to kill
Try to survive.
the Belbulat first,
This guy.
and then the droid is gonna hurt you. Yeah,
He might get a pot
it's
shot
like,
at you.
I got you, boss.
Straight ahead.
Okay. Of course, you can make a little stop there, take the target lock.
Trust in the Force. Range 2.
Yes. So you get a concussion. Eller cluster missile.
Okay, spending a
Cluster
charge,
missile.
firing a cluster.
That's
Hit, crit,
so one damage.
and double evades.
Is it a crit?
One crit.
Damage sensor, damage engine.
Was? Okay. You have,
No
you
shot,
have
no
the
shot.
audio again.
Yeah.
Okay.
If Steen successfully blocks the droid, then the Bulba runs away.
Yeah, I think it's probably actually over now.
Yeah.
Because if Johan had sort of one-shot that drone,
Yeah. And the whole
then he would have been at 159 and then he would have had to, or at least if he had to,
yeah.
then he would have had to just ignore it from now on. But he still needs one more damage in that. And he only has one cluster missile left.
And if Steen gets enough of a lead with that Bulba or the autopilot, you know, he's
Yeah, what?
he's never going to catch him. Not in
Yeah, what Steen really needs to do is to run these two things, these two in different directions, because then there's absolutely no chance. You need to, if you need to hurt both,
yeah.
then, I mean, Johan had the chance when passing. So he needs to have dialed in
my
one
first
thing,
plan.
and he didn't. So yeah, that's out of range for the Belbulat Lab.
Oh.
Free bank out of the autopilot. No. Too hard out of the drone.
Okay.
No, it's just too straight in. But I don't know how points aware they are.
Bank.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, but it's probably pretty easy.
Yeah, it's
Because-
reasonably because you know you're looking at essentially two identical lists. You know, all of Johans are identical, so
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you know Steen is at least aware of where
Yeah,
he's
Steen,
at.
Steen knows he has 180. It's super easy to calculate when you know you have 5 identical ships and a 200-point list.
Yeah,
So, and he also knows how much his own stuff is worth.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
so he must be aware. And Johan must also realize that he only has 20 points on the table on his own side.
Fire.
Okay, so I
7.
guess that could be a puncher's chance now.
And I spend my hooks.
3 hits.
3 hits.
So I will spend this guy.
Yeah.
So 1 damage.
Yeah.
Takes 1. It just okay.
Two minutes. points. With so few ships on the board, it's a very good chance that they've still got at least a couple more rounds in. But I think even halving.
I think Johan is lucky if he gets 2 shots.
Yeah.
And he needs to kill it.
He needs to kill it, exactly.
This is Steen knowing that. He's blocking his free bank,
Yeah.
which would be the optimal move. Now, if Johan knows that Steen knows that he knows, then
Yeah, exactly, right? That's always the kind of case. I know what you know, that I know, that you know, that we know. Yeah, it's going to be one of those cases, right?
so there could in theory be, something like 3 forward, 4 forward boost, linked into focus, and that would give him a shot.
1 minute.
But I mean, the best that could do was take 2 shields. That's best case scenario.
But that's not enough to get even the half points. And he needs
I
to
thought it's
kill it.
okay you kill that guy,
now
but if
he's
you
gonna
really
kill the
want to run, I'll take a shot. Yes.
That drone deserves to die.
Yeah.
Roll with luck.
Spending the target lock. Yeah, you won't need that. 2 hits. So Natty's to left. Natty's.
Oh, natural evades. That's it.
matters.
No,
It's just disrespectful.
Yeah. It's just, I kick you in the face, it's...
It's a lost time.
But you can see if that single cluster missile he shot into it,
Yeah.
if that had connected,
Yeah, exactly. That would have
then
halted
we
the
would
whole
have had an exciting game.
Yeah.
We have time.
But I have never run
Just
before.
15 seconds.
It's not in my nature. The same with the stalling. The
last
time.
round.
Yeah. I think it's a lousy way to win, but it's a way to win.
Yeah.
Do you consider yourself
These
stalling
guys.
now?
Oh,
But
disrespect.
I could say, do I barrel roll? Do I not barrel roll? Yeah.
I mean, within
and
the level of
that's one
stalling, that's
thing.
perfectly fine.
Yeah.
It's and that's one thing I've
But
always tried
there's
to
people
tell
who
the
are
English
actually
players,
using a
especially,
minute to say, do I take a focus?
at
or do I
this
take a
level of
focus?
game, they need to stop
played
playing
player
nice.
earlier today-
You
yesterday.
need to play.
He was seriously stalling, but he was very slow. Incredibly slow.
And you can see it
Yes, I
because
have.
when they're behind, they are incredibly fast.
Take a boost and a focus. Yes, good.
Altså ikke og han er mere point hver end den der.
Yeah. So I'm
Så jeg har bare løbet de sidste 10 minutter.
This is more
So
for the sake of it.
Here
than
we have
anything
it.
else.
Final
hits.
shot.
2 hits.
Yeah.
2 shields.
Steen just continues
Doesn't matter
rolling.
really.
Doesn't matter.
very well played.
Well played, yeah.
So there's the handshake. That was a great match.
That was a fantastic
That was a tough
match.
match.
It showed
I think I came in
exactly how
for the
good
first
everything
serve.
is.
I was picking very well.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we'll be back here in a few minutes with the top 4.
And that's
we're
where
just going
they
to give
have,
everybody a
because
little
of
bit
the
of a break,
scoring calculator.
and then we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, thanks guys. We'll see you in a bit.
Good luck in the semi-final.
Right, so we're back. We're about to fire off the top 4. So we have, through sheer luck, it was definitely not skill this last match, but Rune managed to eliminate Samuel in a final shot at range 3, which was something of a miracle. So Rune advanced into the top 4. So we've got Rune and Bugge here on the stream for this round. So yeah, Rune was number 2 overall in Swiss. The
Bugge
top
was
5
number
and
3.
1, and Bugge was number 3. So it worked out really well that they're gonna.
So we actually have 1, 2, and 3 advancing to
Yeah,
top 4. We didn't
exactly.
need top 8. It turned out.
No, exactly. So I'm just going to go start the timer on the round. And then hopefully, Jan here will be able to hear me when I shout time starts. Then he'll be able to start the timer
and
on
actually
the
press
screen.
the button.
Yeah.
Okay,
so,
I get to operate the machinery now. Okay, so while we wait. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't do this. He's yelling out there. You can probably hear him.
Start our top 4 in the X-Wing final. We have Steen versus Christopher. And we have Rune versus Bugge. So we are guaranteeing a day in the final. Right. So, Jacob, can you do me a favor and start a timer just in case? There you are. Cool. So, top 4 players. We start in 4, 3, 2, and 1. Good luck, guys.
Okay, so we just saw them roll for initiative, and it seems like Rune ended up with initiative, or with being first player, which matters a little bit
skal lige have
for
lagt den lidt
Captain Sear. Let's see them place these rocks out. These 2 players have played each other a lot. They're frequenting the same store, so they know how this is gonna go. Rune is relatively new to playing the 4 U-Wings, but have a lot of experience playing Rebel. So while Bugge has been playing this particular list for months, and has a very impressive win record, sort of on the local level.
Exactly, and both players are 2 of our veterans here in Denmark. Bugge has been pretty dang close to since day 1. Rune about 3 or 4 years now. So both players are very experienced in our local scene. Rune is very experienced in the European scene as well, having attended many of the system opens over the last couple of years, as well as I believe he's been to.
He was at Coruscant last year.
Yeah, and he was at Coruscant last year as well, and he was also in. He was at Euros this year, and I believe he was at Euros last year. So yeah, he's proven himself quite apt in the European scene. So it should be a very good match, I think. I think this is probably going to be one of the better matches we've seen on the stream this week.
Yes, I think it will be. I know
And
many.
it looks like Jan didn't start the timer. So there we
Okay,
go.
so there we go. Good thing I knew Jan. You had 1 job.
What are they on? Sorry?
Rack 2 eller?
Okay.
Ja. Og alle dine var 2'er, sagde du? Ja.
Quiet down a little bit.
So
as
we
well.
need to quiet down a little bit.
We can't have them hear them praising.
No, not too much.
Not too much. We'll just get. We'll go to.
It is a lot quieter in the hall now since the last match, so we do have to kind of be a little bit more mindful of what we're saying.
Du har hopper. Hvis jeg stod ind i det, så må du lave en action.
Okay, so I think
Hvis jeg stod ind i hopper, må du lave en action.
Rune got the obstacle placement he wanted.
Yeah.
This gives him freedom to sort of get these 4 U-Wings.
Og hvem er hvem?
into the board
Det
queue
hef.
that he enjoys
Det er
so
Gin
much.
Scouten. Det er Layer Scout. Og Benedict.
Okay, but I think while they do their sort of initial setups, I will. I've just grabbed the lists from yesterday and we'll sort of go through some of the top in factions. We've seen some of them. We had 4 Imperials in top 8. They all three of them have Vader. 2 of them have Grand Inquisitor. There's 2 Whispers in there, so it's not that surprising. We didn't have any resistance in top 8. We had one at number 10.
God kamp.
With Jazz and 3 Red Squadron veterans, being the closest one on 4 wins, but not enough MOE to make the cut. For Rebel, we've seen Raymond there, and this Wedge Luke Regen Alpha Strike with Jake as
Jeg
a
tænker, det er meget
token
sjældent,
giver
du devierer fra din
that
åbningsstyle.
just played. First Order, as we talked a little bit about earlier, did not have a lot of attendance. Only 2 players, so I guess they got their faction prices easy.
Yeah, exactly.
They did 3 and 2 wins respectively. The best one with Kylo, Torsen, and Quick Draw.
Ja. Oh no.
Again, Republic just didn't quite make the cut. They had a lot of close cuts, and they were, especially in the earlier rounds in Swiss, they were quite a lot out there.
Trying to avoid
The
having
best finish
Rob
there
command
was
also
Tobias Velin on number 11 with Annie and Lumi both with 7B and Nate Rick. And Regen on both the 7Bs.
Yeah. So we've just reset the stream clock. Jacob was kind enough to come back up and let us resync it to the actual timer.
Yeah, since he's clearly more competent than me.
I wouldn't say that. No, Jacob has been of godsend, giving up the chance to play in the event to assist us with the judging this weekend.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he is one of our more consistent players in the meta. Also one of our most helpful. He's always there to give us a hand in running these events. To be fair, our events in Denmark wouldn't be half the
Det der,
success
det er Benfica eller hvad?
Det er Hef.
the player base that we do have here.
Hef goes one
Support us a lot.
Ja, det var hæftigt, du går i det der.
We have
Og som
fun
ham, som
events.
sagde,
Og Gin.
Blue Gin,
Yeah,
Tactical,
we've seen
Tactical Gin.
one Separatist swarm in Sting in the last game, where we saw 8 ships. As you see another here with Buke, who
Focus and gives a
who's down
focus
to
on
7,
the blue. Turn
but
with Gin.
has a lot more beef on the Velvet side.
And Leia does
And,
2 powers.
And also both leverages the energy shell charges, but also the Discord missiles. And they can prove to be somewhat problematic for.
Look at me, I'm flying last.
Because they're hard to shake.
What the hell happened?
He only really has the option of either flying into an obstacle to get it in the back and then take it off the next round, or you can sort of stop out of it due to bases not being total squares.
Yeah.
Which is it feels a little bit strange, but it works, and that's what you got to do, I think, in this game. We had one more Separatist who just barely didn't make it in, Andra Lin of Launch Bay Next fame. He played also Seer, but with 7, so a variant of Pugas, but with running them a lot lighter, not in the energy shells, if I remember correctly. And then finally, Scum, like Republic, came pretty close, came in at 13 and 15. I think what's notable there is that both of these had a YB666 in them. So we had a Koshka Folon Atrasi at 13 with 4 wins, and a Fen Dengar Slaver at 15, also with 4 wins. So, I mean, even if we are seeing, we don't have representation from the two factions. At least both Resistance, Republic, and Scum were close.
Yeah, but it's also representative of the meta that we do see here in Denmark, in that we do see a lot more variance in our lists over here, even compared, even you know, within the European meta as a whole. Our local Danish players and even the Swedish players, they play what they enjoy flying, not necessarily what is going to perform best. And you know, it just so happens, as with any game really, the more you practice with the list, the better you know your list, the better you tend to do at the bigger events.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what we're seeing coming through in the Grand Championship this weekend.
I think we will see, from my own experience playing against Google, that he plays the Swarm a bit differently than Steen does. He tends to sort of pair up the drones rather than flying them in one big sort of run. Especially with Discord missions in the list.
I've lost half of Sunset.
That can really work for him. So he's also an extremely patient player.
Der er ikke nogen
I think they
sten
both are.
template her.
So it might be a little bit before we see an engagement.
Den tager en calculator, den her tager en calculator. Så dig.
Okay, so that drone decides that is its rock.
Score 2 straight.
And it's going to stay there for a little while.
Could perhaps see Brugge run over and grab the other rock and just say, "Come at me."
Yeah.
Tactical Jin. Går 2 frem.
Ja.
Yeah, there is something to the color of these droids, if I remember Brugge's playing correctly, that he uses the two different kind of vultures, and you can actually see on the color of the model whether they are energy shells or discords.
Focus.
Right. So to answer the question that came up in the stream, how can this be the Danish Championship when it's in
Underestimate the
English?
power of
Well,
Captain Tia.
to be fair, the players are speaking Danish. I could speak Danish if I wanted to, but I would mangle it something wicked, despite what people say. It's not entirely obvious. I'm Vince. I'm not Danish. I'm Canadian by birth. Jan is Danish, and you know, we could do the commentary in Danish, but then I think that would distract and, you know, basically a large portion of our viewership is not Danish, and that's part of the point, is that we do run the commentary in English so that people will at least understand what we're saying if they don't even understand what's being said at the table. And to be fair, even in the Danish Championship, all our product in Denmark is English anyways. So
We're not gonna do it in
We're not going to do it in Jysk. Oh my God, no. I have a giggle fit every time I hear somebody speaking Jysk, so that would not work.
Waffert's ball. And that was my attempt at Jysk.
Yeah. Oh, you're very welcome. You know, I've been living in Denmark for 12 years now. I can speak Danish fluently. I choose not to because my brain hurts, and it really hurts my throat whenever I have to try and speak in Danish as well. So there's not enough throat lozenges in the world to solve my trying to attempt at Danish.
I mean, and Denmark is a small country, and most of the people here, especially those that are sort of
Copenhagen or
under 50,
Yeah, exactly.
are more or less fluent in English.
Yeah, and in all honesty, many of them. Go away, Ole.
Jeg skal lige se den her. Ja, det må være sådan her.
All right.
What part of Canada did you grow up in, Vince?
Well, I'm originally from Edmonton, so Edmonton, Alberta. So I grew up in Alberta. I've lived in Edmonton. I've lived in Calgary. I've lived outside of Red Deer. My parents, we all live in a small village outside of Red Deer called Mirror,
Hvis du skal dreje rundt, når du står stille, så
Then I moved to Toronto for a few years, and then then I came over to Denmark. So,
alle steder hen. Kan du også blive stående og
oddly enough, I grew up in the center. I was living in the same town as somebody else who's rather infamous in the X-Wing community. Oddly enough, it's every Canadian I've met since moving over here has been from either Edmonton or Calgary. So, people say Denmark's a small place, but the odds of meeting more Canadians over here from your own hometown is kind of funny.
Okay, so you're saying Canada is also a small place? No, that kind
Oh
of thing.
God, no. We might be the second largest country in the world, but we've only got a population of, I think it was around 25 to 30 million last census that I remember. So yeah, the population of Canada is relatively small.
Yeah. Okay, so all you on the stream, feel free to comment on where you're from. We'd like to know.
Yeah, so as kind of as expected, we are seeing a very slow, careful, measured engagement here. One of both kind of just taking his time on one board edge, and
And Bugge is sort of setting up to play tower defense.
yeah,
I would not be surprised if Rune goes all the way to the opposite edge, because I don't think he's going to turn into that.
yeah, and that's
Okay, we have
somebody from New Brunswick. That's not very often we see anybody out from that far east. It's to be honest, I've never been to New Brunswick. The furthest east I've ever been has been Toronto. So, fun fact: my parents are actually in the middle of a road trip. They're actually on their way to Prince Edward Island. So.
Yeah, it must be awfully early. It's like
I think
5:30
New
or
Brunswick
something?
is 6 hours behind us, 5 hours, 6 hours, something like that. We're pushing 11:30 here in the morning, so I think it's about 6 hours. Yeah, we know you're from Denmark, Ulrich.
No, but I asked.
Yeah, he did. I do hope you guys are appreciating the stream. This is the first time I've ever streamed X-Wing. Hopefully everything's coming through reasonably clear. So, we're trying to do our best to start coming out with some more streams here of our Danish meta. Not to mention really funny accents out that side of the world,
So I think Bugge was sort of preparing to also set up on that far rock,
Yeah.
but now he sees that Rune will probably not take his bait.
Well, it's looking more and more like Rune's going to go through on the outside. He might break off one to go through the middle. Kind of try to bait Bugge, would be my guess.
Hallo. Hej.
Yeah.
Og jeg sidder lige midt i semifinalen. Jeg ringer til dig bagefter. Vi er færdige om en times tid eller sådan noget.
6:30 a.m. So 5 hours.
Yeah, 5 hours.
That is awfully
super.
early.
Vi snakkes. Hej.
So yeah, not to be concerned about that phone call. It sounded like it was Bugge's wife just wanting an update on how things were going. Well, thanks for joining in on our little championship over here. It's great to see that our audience is actually that far to the west of us, right? Yeah, west. Yeah. Something. It's away from us, across the pond. So we're playing in Helsingør. So those of you with any English literature background, Helsingør in English is Elsinore, which is the home of Hamlet's castle.
Yeah.
So it's quite a popular tourist destination over here. It's amazing to go see it. I remember visiting it when I first came to Denmark. It's quite the experience to see Hamlet's castle.
Okay, so
Calculate.
Boogie is moving faster now. I
Calculate.
think we could see this middle drone coming off as well. No, it stays.
Calculate.
He is still prepared for. He might be expecting Rune to turn. No?
No, it looks like he's splitting his formation. Cover his bases, maybe trying to get Rune into a pincer.
Yeah.
Okay, we have one from the UK here.
Calculate.
So probably moving to make room for the last one.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rune is turning.
Noget for lock.
Ja.
Jo. Så lokker den der. Du har ikke noget jam, vel?
Nej.
Så gider jeg ikke lægge token.
Selvom vi fik nogle fine jam tokens.
Ja. Her.
Okay, so in focus. I don't know, my color vision is not that great. So do we have? Which ones are different models?
It's hard to tell from up here.
It's probably
Ja. Den kan bruges på alle skiver.
Ja.
first to have, and I think this one, and perhaps that one. Yes.
Og hvem er det? Det er Lea.
Det er
That will
Leia.
be the Discord missiles.
Yeah. So the Discord
Yeah.
missiles are on the ships that are
Yep.
brown-ish on the screen.
Yeah. They're the ones that came in the sort of individual vulture pack, as opposed to the big pack that also had the Velvet Lab in it. So here we see Seer coming in. He is mostly there just to carry TA-175
Yep.
and to spread his ability to the drones.
Shooting. Rackham har ikke noget.
Det er også din
So
først.
he is.
ja,
This
ja.
list really optimizes the use of
Jeg går ud fra, at du ikke vil smide.
calculate rain when it comes. Because Seer's ability also allows the drone to effectively crack shot using a
Range 3.
calculator.
Unobstructed.
We have one shot there.
Ja.
Close to close.
Probably the only shot we're gonna have.
3 mod 3.
Så Benthic skyder på Asteroid Drones.
Ja.
Just at the edge of range 3.
9.
I don't think it was obstructed, but we'll see when Booger rolls dice.
hits.
So we got 3 hits, seems good. And 3 dice.
2 på nummer 1.
Ja.
Booger takes 2. You can't see
Så er der slet ikke flere af dine, der kan skyde.
Nej. Nej, for den mål vi får. Der er ikke andre.
Ja. Alright.
I'll go do a
Så
check.
skyder boss dronen tilbage.
Ja.
Okay, return shot,
Looks like 2
2
hits.
hits. One evade, and 2 evades. After modification. So,
Så nummer 2.
I'm just gonna do.
Show charge.
Ja.
På samme.
Zoom up a bit. So shell charge.
Ja. Og så er der ikke flere, der kan skyde her.
damage
Yeah.
to it.
Are you guys on the stream? Are you getting a lot of background noise, or is the sound okay?
Number 9 tip. Yeah. 2 at number 9 and 2 shields on
2 shields Bentic and number 9 is 2 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can hear the background. Okay, but the sound seems fine. Okay, so. Okay. But it is a bit about the facilities, how we're not in a totally separated room, but it sort of works. We have a suggestion to make a green dice box so you can overlay it.
Yeah, but the problem with the green dice box is if we do a chroma screen on the green, it affects also the green dice that are rolled in the box, right? So
Can you turn down the table mic a little and turn up the column? It's harder to hear you compared to the noise.
we'll do that. That should be a little bit better. We do, I am trying a new setup, obviously, so we do have to kind of be a little bit more spatially aware of where we're speaking into the mic as well. That also helps. So that should be a bit better.
Vil du ikke have stået på linje med den der så?
Jeg stod her.
Okay.
Så jeg stod mere dernede.
Som at strop, det er gas, så... Men you never know.
Ja, det er faktisk, jeg tror, at måske den ville være gået ned.
Ja, du har ret. Ja.
Men ja.
Så har jeg haft en drone mindre.
Okay, so this is probably the crucial turn.
Yeah, so I'm just doing a quick update. So Bentic had taken 2 damage and lost its 2 shields. And number 9 had taken 2 damage
Okay.
as well. So
Yeah, and it's probably coming from both.
probably coming a bit from the both. I think what we'll do is for the final, we're going to change the cardioid on the commentary mic, which should help at least eliminate some of the background noise from the commentary mic. Actually, we can probably just do that now. Since we are cardioid. Anyways. Alright, so that should hopefully help eliminate a little bit more of the background noise from at least from the commentary mic. We've just got to be a little bit more aware now to speak in front of the mic as opposed to the side.
Okay, we will try to do that then.
Yeah, I've got a pop filter on the mic, Ola. It's just a little bit awkward to try and position it so that it catches both of us. But now it should be a little bit better. I hope.
Yeah, and I will try to lean into the mic a little bit more so you don't have to keep dropping hints on me.
No. It's a learning experience for both of us, right?
Yeah, it absolutely is.
I'll be the first to admit, when it comes to the rules, I know the rules very well. Unfortunately, I don't know the ships as well as I would like, so that's why I have Dan. But I think we're playing off. We seem to be playing off pretty well together, so it's been working.
Yeah, I think it works well. And I also super respect, that you don't play yourself.
Yeah.
Because it will.
I've always believed that if I was to actually play on a competitive level again, it would influence how I do my judging calls, and that's something I do try to avoid. That being said, we do have to try and be a little bit quieter where we are as well, because apparently they can hear us at the table, even though we are a fair ways and have a cloth screen. We could put the whole, big ass. We have a wooden block that we could also put up, but that just makes things a little bit more awkward. And at the end of the day, it's probably not worth the effort.
So there's some question regarding the overlay you use.
So the edge. So the actual stats on the screen. So the ship lists and stuff. That is using the stream.tto overlay. So they did a fantastic job doing the actual mechanics behind the scenes. But as far as the graphics themselves, so the star backgrounds and the top bar and all that, that's all mine. I did all of that myself, as well as the starting screens, as well as the cut overlay that was used earlier. That was also mine. So it's been a fantastic learning process. I'm starting to do a lot of Keyforge streams as well, so it's coming along pretty well. So yeah, this looks like it could be the very important turn.
Yeah, this is absolutely the round. And it's so for Bugge, this all comes down to getting as many shots as possible.
Yeah. And Rune needs to try and maximize his dice defense as well.
Oh, and Rune shares the dial with the camera. That's very nice of him. So
Yeah, it should be interesting.
just in case.
Prøver du det der?
We won't say anything because
No.
just in
Det
case.
er sådan, ikke?
Yeah,
Ja.
but
Yep. That's about to be expected, to be fair.
yeah, from Bugge's move.
Yeah.
I'm still expecting him to come off these rocks. They're simply too far away.
Yeah.
Perhaps not the front one, but the back one that should really consider getting off. Unless he's expecting Rune to rush, but I mean, it's U-Wings, so
Yeah, exactly. He's not exactly going to push the metal to the floor. You know, I think that was the lesson he learned from his match with Samuel, was that I think he went a little too aggressive against that particular list and found himself behind really quickly. But again, too, Rune is known to pull horseshoes out of nowhere.
Jeg ved, om du får
So
bare
it's
chance du kan lege
really
med
good.
musikken, så. Lad os bare tage den der. Du tager den
Right.
der.
So the dice box is actually made by one of our locals. His name is Torbjørn. What we'll do is he custom makes all these kind of dice boxes. We've seen a number of them around the tournament this weekend. He's out in Jutland. So what I'll do is I'll try and get the information on him and put him up on our Twitch page, and or I'll be creating a DTG YouTube channel as well, so that we can upload the videos to YouTube once they're done. We might actually do some, I'll invite some people over. We might do some commentary from the Swiss rounds from yesterday and get those up as well. So if you're in the Danish X-Wing group or in the UK X-Wing group, we'll post links to Torbjørn or find a way of getting the information out to the public.
okay, so boom, one U-Wing just goes right in.
Yeah. So looks like Rune is looking to sacrifice one of his U-Wings.
I am not assuming that's his act.
Oh no, I know it. He's doing a setup for next round.
He is gonna teach these drones if he lives.
Så mangler lige at tage en action med den der.
You don't need to be on a rock to play turret defense.
No.
Then
No. This is going to be a very interesting round. Very interesting round.
You'll also see that Rune is playing with these S-foil tokens. And they are, as a player, I wouldn't live without them. They're so useful, and they are probably in agreement that those takes precedence over the cards.
Ja.
Benthic,
Ja.
som laver en
They really should be standard in these ships
Yeah,
with,
exactly.
with movable components.
The tokens, unfortunately, are not a technical requirement. Obviously, at this level, we have to go by what's on the card. But at the same time, we do realize we do give players a lot of leeway. If both players are happy,
Alright,
that's
start of
fine.
engagement.
As judges, we
Nej, vi
should
er
not be
kommet
getting
dertil nu. Vi har jo lige ham her,
on
der er
matches.
bare ikke vant til. Altså, det er jo fuldstændig... Altså, crazy real, at fuldstændig. Så en fokus.
Ja.
Start of engagement. Det er nummer 8.
I'll be interested to know who actually decided that initiative. I couldn't see who won the roll-off initially.
I just heard it, and Bugge had gotten the initiative, so I swapped it around.
Okay, here comes the Discord missiles.
Og
Ja.
nummer 9 gør det samme.
Yes.
Og skyder
So
den...
and that damage is just slowly gonna
skyder
seep
lige ud.
in.
Ja. Den overlapper læger.
This might
Og
make
lige
it
et fint lille...
quite hard for Rune. Here comes the next one.
Sweet spot right there.
Ja. Alright.
Yep. Racker.
So now this whole area, even
for
if
nej, det er mig,
even
der
if he
skal
gets
stå
rid
her.
of them, then this whole area of the map,
Så
he
skal du
can't
skyde med
really
din.
do his fighting at
Ja, det er mig, der har initiativ. Ja.
because they don't attach to.
So it is Rune who has it. They keep.
Yeah, it is Rune who has it. So Captain Seer becomes this sort of almost an ace, right? I mean, he has
Starter med...
full
starter med
reposition.
Benthic.
So
Range 1.
Right, so
Imod to.
Benthic is taking a shot on.
To crits.
Ja, jeg skal slå herovre. Og nummer 4.
so 2,
Number 4.
Og lige siger point.
Yes.
nothing.
Så...
But he got 2 calculates out of that swarm.
Yep.
And there's actually only 2 left. And one of them doesn't have arc on anything, so
Den der tager et range 1 skud ind i drone. Eller
Ja.
boss-droiden. 3.
3 hits. That was into the bus drones. That is
That's a good call. To be
that's
fair.
probably a good call from Rune, but Book is super happy.
Yeah, it wasted a shot,
Så det
right?
nærmeste
Ja.
ser det ud som om. Der er 2 heroppe, ikke også? Jo.
Tager range 2 skud ind i boss-droiden.
Yeah. So Rune is going after the other boss,
En
right?
enkelt.
One that's probably not going to be enough.
Irriterende.
It was enough.
Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, for the cost of these Discord missiles, then I think that Boogie is happy about this.
No,
Rune is
exactly.
obviously very happy about not, wasting shots, as in trying and not hitting. Okay,
So range 2 shot.
pondering whether to spend the focus. He is having a Discord missile come in on him. He's choosing to keep it.
With a hit crits.
Alona her.
Ja.
Og får en crit
Ja.
Okay, so he spends
crit
that
on which
på
calculate.
nummer 4.
På nummer 4.
Blinded Pilot.
Blinded pilot.
Nå,
All right. So that's not a terrible crit on
det er
that number
hæfterskade,
4.
ikke også?
But it is important
Den her,
because
der skal...
Benthic.
Ja, Benthic her. Ja,
it essentially takes him out of
Okay.
the calculate sharing
Range 2.
on offense. I mean, he can still fire discords, or sorry, energy cells.
So 3 hits.
3 heads.
Så... Skjold. Transport.
Then I see cards. Must be going into Benthic.
Yeah. How many cards? I didn't
Benthic.
see.
Ja.
Just 1.
2, I think. I'm not sure.
We'll do a
2
catch-up
hits.
here in a sec.
Yeah.
2 more hits onto Benthic.
And blanks. No.
Wait.
One focus. So
Den
one
er
hit.
på 3 liv.
3 liv.
Ja.
So that's 3 lives left.
Der, range 2.
Ja.
Natter.
These U-wings are surprisingly toolboxy.
Yeah.
I mean, they all
jeg se,
have
den er
their
her
roles,
Yeah.
and they all do their thing.
Unobstructed.
Unobstructed ind i lager.
Ja. En enkelt.
Range 3 into Leia. So a single hit
Ingen.
with an evade.
Nummer 5. Missil på Benthic.
Ja.
So missile onto Benthic.
Hit og crit.
Okay.
Har du ikke fået 3 skade? Nå, nej, ja.
Okay, so Vader is in the other game. Vader just blanked out and is now damaged.
Just out.
From Steen's droid list, so
Fury.
game might be
Den er ligegyldig.
tilting in the Separatist
So
favor.
that's 2 more hits onto the
Så
Benthic
her,
with a fuel.
den der mangler.
Ja.
So
Jeg kan ikke lige
Okay,
vurdere,
so
om jeg har
Benthic
fået solgt.
might be
Ja,
buying
om jeg
it.
har skud til Benthic. Ja.
It's not the worst viewing for Rune to lose, but
No,
it
but
would be
it's-
better if it had been,
Så 2 mod 3.
half or probably half.
Ingen evade og ingen crit, så kunne jeg ellers have brugt.
Ja.
Nej, det kunne jeg stadigvæk ikke have. Jo, fordi så, han var ikke stadigvæk ikke på range.
Okay, so you don't need to count damage cards on that thing.
Alright. Jamen, det er fint dem der. Jeg er bare vant til at slå med...
right, so that could have gone a little bit better for Rune.
Yeah, notice how much in these boss droids.
Yeah,
They
they're-
mattered more than.
Yeah. No, exactly. They give him
Yeah.
2 extra targets to get rid of.
Så er
And
vi i
if he
gang.
hadn't gotten rid of them, he'd have actually been
Det
in
der
a
var
worse
vist
position.
Benthic.
I think,
I agree.
he can definitely recover from this.
Ikke mange evade på de terninger.
So I think this is going to be
Det der flot,
very,
det
very
var
interesting.
lækkert lagt ind.
Hvad de har blå. Må jeg ikke lige se Benthic? Eller...
1 og 2 og banks.
De har også 2 af banks og 1 af banks. Okay. Men ikke nogen 3 lige ud.
Yeah, he still has, Leia up his sleeve.
Yeah.
Jo, jeg har en 3 lige ud, men
he's
det
got
kan
a lot
lære
of
ikke
tricks
at
up
bruge
his
til
sleeve.
fucking meget lige
Yeah,
nu.
but he lost a lot of action efficiency for the list as a whole with Benthic and the Perceptive Co-Pilot, especially with Benthic's ability, and there's Generso, that she combos nicely with. So I wonder which one of them is the Blue Squadron Scout. So the back white one seems to be half topper. Okay, I mean, it makes the other 2 the scouts, but which then? Which one is the Leia carrier?
Yeah, Leia's the. I found, we noticed that in the stream the other day, or in yesterday's stream, that Leia is the linchpin of this list. She does so much work in those critical rounds that, it's. If she can get used in the right moment, that makes all the difference. And we saw that in Owen's match against Tobias yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it means a lot for these
Yeah, but-
wings
Oh,
to
yeah,
be able
these
to
two-
rotate
Yeah, exactly.
and still have actions.
Yeah, exactly.
Den sidste tur, hvor du brugte ret
Or
lang tid
actually,
på...
in this position, just zero stop and have actions, but keep the wings open so you don't lose that agility.
Gå en frem.
Because the U-wings are
Sådan lidt
extremely
mere
tanky.
lidt blødere approach.
And as an observer of the game, I would probably say that
Så
every
jeg tænker,
single
jeg kommer ikke
ship
rigtig ud af de der akser alligevel. Så jeg hellere
on the
fra
board
på
on both
guns and targets.
sides is undercosted.
Altså, jeg skulle være gået banket 2
Compared
med
to what
Benthic,
you
så jeg
get.
har haft betydeligt flere modifiers.
Ja. Er det en træer, du lavede med ham, eller?
Ja.
Ja. Du siger bare til mig over, det er mine små PCB'er. Må gå i gang.
Ja.
Okay, well, it will be good to see if Bugge is expecting Rune to just stop. with Lair this turn and try to get some good shots in.
No, exactly.
Og det er ikke hopper, som jeg bomber der.
Nej.
Nej, det kan ikke sige bang, bang.
Ja, bomber hårdt nok indtil han rammer ind i den
Not
næste.
sure. I mean, it would not stopping within this turn not necessarily be that beneficial for Rune because he's still gonna get hammered by these back guys.
Hvad sagde du?
Lidt prekært.
Ja.
And those of you just joining, we're in the top 4 matchup now for our Danish Grand Championship. So, and we have the 2 Danish players, Rune and Buga, playing it out, Separatists versus Rebels. So it's been a slower match than what we've seen on the streams, but I think it's still also been a very good match. Both players are showing off their skill, to be fair, with both lists. The positioning has been almost top notch. It's been very good.
Is Rune not move at all there?
Ret sikker på den. Ja, der. Og den bliver også stående.
And not move at all. Okay. Should remember to clear your stress.
stress.
Yeah, good. Now.
So Seer moves.
Nå, så hvis man stadig har ark på head, så lad os bare tage en fokus.
Ja. Ja. Shooty.
Shooty.
Yeah, I think this movement phase came out to Buga's advantage.
Yeah, definitely.
Vi starter bare her. Range 1.
Ja, og desværre ikke obstructed.
The action denial of bumping means so much.
2 hit.
2 hits.
So we
Det er
have
hvad du kan
2.
forvente. Altså,
And
og 2 evades.
Two.
Det er hvad man kan forvente.
That it isn't. Range 1 i den der.
Ja. Den er på en skade allerede. Hvad var det?
Jeg tager bare range ind i den der skade.
Den er på
I would think that F Topper is going to be Buga's target this round.
Alright.
White one on the right.
Ja, vi skal også
He has a
samtidig
lot
lige
of
skyde
shots
med
on
ham
it.
der, før vi fjerner den.
If Rune should actually manage to kill
Jeg har kun et
something, then
target.
Buga would probably be happy because then
Jeg
he
vil
would be
skyde
able
på
to
det
crack
range
shot
2.
F.
Ja.
At least 2 of the ships positive. Okay, so we have 3 there.
Så der er 2 skjolde på.
Skjolde på hef.
Ja. Og meget hvad jeg fik før, det var 3 hits. Jeg glemte at give den bombe.
Taking 1 or 2. Okay, so now comes the calculator rain.
I didn't see which. I'll have to go take
Lad os starte med den her.
which drone was killed.
Det ligner et range 1. Du har 2 skjold, 1 skjold tilbage på hef.
I think it was number 4, but
En enkelt.
Kom nu.
Number 9. Ja.
okay, so that shot was evaded.
0 shields on hef at the moment.
Hef just lost one shield.
Ja. Han skyder på hef.
Ja. Det er unordinary.
Ja.
Sådan.
Yeah. And taking more. No? Okay, taking one card.
Så nummer 4. Den her.
Ja.
Skal jeg fortsætte på hef, eller er det lidt fjollet? Jeg tager nummer 2 først her.
Ja.
Det er range 3 på begge to, så bliver det på hef. 2 mod 2, eller 2 mod 3, sorry.
I don't think Hef will survive this.
Og en enkelt. Ja. Nummer 4 på Lea her. 2.
2.
Nej, jeg er cracket med det.
Ja,
Cards
men
more.
statistik er ikke lige på de grønne terninger siden lige nu.
Nej. Og du er uskabt her, ikke også? Jo.
Or I don't see Rune reason for damage cards.
26 minutter.
Ja. Det er mere, om jeg skal spille mit missil på dig. Ja. 3'eren skyder missil ned på... Og hvem er nu, der er ombord på den?
Det er Jin og Scrambler.
Ja. Du kan ikke scramble det her skud.
Here comes another shot.
2 styk.
2 hit crit. Takes a crit.
So nothing.
So nothing. Okay.
I'm just going to go double check the board still. Get things updated.
Yeah. So Hef should have 1 card if we're correct.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Hef is on 4 hull. Yeah. The Leia carrier has lost all shields, and the Jin has lost 1 shield.
Like it was spread around a little bit more than what we had thought. Hef is on 1, Leia carrier is on no shields left, and the Yin is on lost 1 shield.
Oh, Hef is at 1 damage, not 1 hull, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that was surprising. Okay, so here they go into planning again.
Oh, that's the one that died.
Yeah, sorry, chat. I'm just now seeing your long discussion there. Yeah, I think 2-ship lists are increasing in popularity. They did quite well in Wave 4. They're not increasing as fast as the larger ships are, or the larger number of ships are. But Bobble Guri is a thing.
Yeah.
Guri Fen, if you really have,
Yeah.
huge ones. It takes a lot of guts to fly something like that.
It's, what I've noticed is Scum has become a much more skilled list, skilled faction. You really have to know the tricks.
Lige nu, hvor den der død.
Yeah. So, yeah, and then we have, there are really 2 kinds, because you can also do the one if you just add your large base turret,
Yeah.
Og jeg mangler
and
bælbelok.
then you're just surviving through, like
Jeg tror, jeg
so Italian Nationals being won by 2 decimators.
Yeah.
Det er altid dem, der
I
står
haven't seen that game, but it sounds absolutely bonkers to try to fight that. I actually think at least I heard yesterday that somebody would be bringing Rack and a patrol leader, 2 decimators, along with Lieutenant Sai in the Lambda, because apparently that fits in a list.
That's nasty in Wave 5 then.
Yeah, so that's like way over. It's like 45 health or something to that effect.
We're looking at, people keep complaining about Rebels having mass hit points to chew through, but Imperial players, you've got the options there as well if you wanted to try it, but might not be as efficient or as as good as the Rebel Beefs lists, but you do have the options, and 45 health is a hell of a lot of hits to go through.
Yep. You have to work really, especially because they will all probably be reinforced all the time,
Oh yeah.
and they can. Asai can even coordinate a reinforce and then get one for herself, and she also has the title, so she gets a target lock at the same time.
Yeah, there's a lot of action efficiency in Imperialists.
Yeah, but they're very sort of niche, and I think we still haven't seen. One of the things that I noticed when 2.0 came out was that there was a lot of interesting Imperial crew, but we don't actually see a lot of them.
No. You tend to see many of the same Imperial lists. You start seeing either a lot of ace lists, arc dodging, or that's really all we've really seen in the last while is a lot of the Imperial ace arc dodging lists.
Yeah, that or some variant of Imperial Swarm, right?
Yeah.
Like we had in the last game with Johan. Now it's the taps.
Yeah.
But the regular sort of Inferno Swarm, TIE Swarm is also still a super strong list.
Oh yeah. I thought it was amazing. Finally we're starting to see Imperial swarms.
Okay, we have an update from the other game. So Christophers Vader is dead by for the cost of only 2 droids.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that
Stoffers Dice are betraying him in this match. It sounds like.
so he will have sort of Whisper and
He's got Whisper and
Grand Inquisitor left, and Whisper can do a lot of work and is very good at killing drones. But
Yeah, but those drones, as we saw in the last match with Steen knows how to fly those drones in order to isolate an enemy, and if he can isolate that Whisper at the right point, it could be interesting.
yeah, I think we saw he had a very strong blocking game.
Yeah, he had a very good blocking game.
So, and if he knows, to start blocking Whisper's detour patterns and so on, then it can go south very quickly.
Yeah,
So one is zero stopping. This is a Leia turn.
yeah.
Prøv at gå ind frem.
Så er der plads til.
See, will that fit?
Yep, just.
Nope.
Looks like it was. No, not quite.
No. Oh, because he didn't want to stop on the gas cloud because then he wouldn't get an action.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay. What is he wondering now? He probably revealed the zero stop, so he's thinking a lot about whether he
Lukke
should
vingerne.
close the wings in order
Det
to
skal
turn.
jeg, fordi jeg lige nu har ikke noget skud. Så lukker vingerne.
Ja.
And he does.
Well, hello there.
Hello there. On fools.
Interesting choice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ja.
Ja. Leia.
Ja.
Leia skyder på nummer 3.
Ja.
I think so far, I mean, Bugge must be happy with this, the way this is turning out.
Jeg måler lige. Jeg tror, der er range dernede.
And these drones are evading like there is no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Range it.
Ja.
Hit crit.
Hit crit.
Okay, 3 hits, 2 hits.
Hit ind i nummer 3.
Ja.
Hit crit, and
Så en crit i nummer 3.
okay, it's gonna take a crit.
Blinded. Så nu er de her 2 blinded.
Ja. Range 1. Jin ind i nummer 2.
Ja.
Rocket.
4
hits.
dice into
number 2
this one. He
er
gets
PT
an extra
udskadt.
dice for the obstacle.
Og nummer 2 dør. Ja.
He is gone.
2 is done.
Og er for langt væk til at trigger
Now,
Det er
the
rigtigt.
question is, was he out of range of
He's out of range of the
TA
TA
175?
175, so
Den er død.
So no raining.
no rain.
Okay.
Actually, Boogie doesn't
So
have
this
that
here?
many arcs on target this turn.
No, he doesn't.
And they have no mods. That doesn't mean he can't just, roll better, but
Jeg tror ikke, han har topper. Nej. Så det bliver på... Hvor meget skade at de har?
Den har 5 liv.
Okay, og her.
Nej, den der har 2 skjold og 5 liv. Den har læger har 5 liv.
Ja, og topper.
Topper har 4 liv.
Okay. Jamen, jeg skyder herop, så. En enkelt. Og en enkelt. Okay. Så tager vi et range 1 skud i topper her.
Ja.
Ikke noget.
That's lucky.
Ja.
out, I think. Yeah.
En enkelt.
One hit.
Ingenting.
Så en crit.
Actual damage.
Structural
Og de
damage.
to andre kan ikke skyde.
Quick bio.
Yeah. You know which of them is the Leia carrier, Vince?
The Leia is the one down at the bottom.
So the middle one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go do another quick check.
Hvordan går det over i den anden kamp?
Det ser ud til, at Stenund fører.
Okay.
Vader er ude, jeg tror ikke, Stenund mister skib.
Okay. So from the sound of it, if the current standings hold through for the rest of the game, then the final could be 2 separatist swarms against each other, with almost everything happening at I-1.
Hvordan den der, fordi den rullede af, så...
Så er nu den åben. Jeg kan lave min manøvre. Men hvis jeg lander på en sten, så får jeg min action, og så lukker den, så jeg kan ikke skyde på stenen efterfølgende.
Og det er ret, du ikke nu. Så du teoretisk set ignorerer...
Ja, jeg kunne teoretisk set lave en, altså nu er jeg stresset, men etter, tage min action, rulle af, og så lukker den. Men altså,
Ja.
det er nok ikke...
Nej, det var lige for at være...
Ja, men fair nok, ja.
Læger har enkelt fået den charge tilbage.
Yeah, I was just talking about, Vince, that we could be seeing 2 separatist swarms in the final.
Yeah.
I mean, this game is far from over. There's still only 32 points. That's like
That's
a
not
drone and a half.
Yeah. So long as Wona plays, somewhat more defensive here the next few turns, he has 1 charge left on. He's just regened 1 charge on Leia, so it'll be a few rounds yet before he can use it again. He might be able to survive and use it 1 more time, but it's iffy, I think.
But he got a little bit more open space now,
Yeah.
so he essentially has to surprise Boogie with his positioning.
Yeah, I think he needs to start cleaning up some of these drones, because some of these drones are completely unscathed at this point.
Alright. Er det godt?
He's got a number of them on 2 hull. He's got 2 of them on 2.
Yeah.
But he's got to start getting rid of some of these drones. That or chew right through Seer. But I think the drones are going to be the easier targets and more predictable targets at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that's a Sandro. Yeah. So that drone down there is just absolutely ready to crack shot. If
Yeah.
it seems like Brugge is assuming that the bottom drones will stay in place more or less.
Cirka sådan. Og vi flytte...
Interesting.
Yes.
Yes. Curious. One could say even.
It's going to be a bump, but I think that's more or less what Hona wants. It's not ideal. He does lose his action.
Yeah.
Action. Leia bliver stående.
What are the other ones doing?
So Leia stays.
Maybe have a stress token then?
Uh,
Oh, he probably did a one forward.
oh,
Instead.
yeah.
So this one, the one on top, is rotating again.
Ja.
Mangler lige
So trying to focus down. We can look at.
Og så her to
So
frem.
Seer
Jeg
moves.
tvivler på, at der er plads.
Pookie doesn't have crit tokens on the blinded
Der havde
pilot
været
ones.
plads, hvis Safe ikke var kommet derned. Men så går det bare herover.
Hey, jeg kan få... Nej,
Hvad sagde du?
Okay, so Seer bumps.
Ja, det var det.
Is this the
Ja,
turn to
men det
just
var
go
det, jeg
for
gerne ville
Seer?
undgå, at jeg gjorde.
Maybe.
Nå,
He does. I mean, he is a top one. Okay, so the current standing on this is not a final standing, right?
No.
Okay. The current standing on the other semifinal is 79 to the Imperials under Christopher, and 76 to the Separatist one.
ark ned
Yeah.
på...
So still way too close, but Christopher won a number of his matches yesterday only by 1 or 2 points. So it's still anybody's game over on that table.
Yeah. Okay, so Greasy measuring too. Is he just gonna think I have 3 guns in Seer?
That's what I think he was checking. So he didn't have the 3 guns on Seer, but he does.
He does have 3 guns on that drone up there.
Ham der. Nogle af dem, der er skadet.
4'eren har fået en i skade.
4'eren har fået en i skade.
But he decided to shoot on Seer anyway?
5'eren har ikke nogen.
No,
3'eren
shooting up there. Okay.
8'eren har det strålende.
Okay.
But I think Seer is a little bit of a trap because he can take for absolutely every die. It's 7 health.
Range 1 ind i Seer.
So is it Seer?
He is taking the Seer shot. Range 1.
Oh, but he's just not
Blank
having
use.
the dice left.
Og range
That was 1 shield of Seer. I think.
Scout ind i 3 stykker.
And now 3 hits.
2 mere.
Ja.
Jeg er ikke nok til at...
3 more.
Nej, han er på 8 liv. Så...
Here comes the damage card.
Nå,
So I think Seer's at 4.
siger ind i hef.
Take a look at the board state of the other game.
En enkelt.
Ingenting. Oh, sorry.
Ja. Ingenting. Nummer 3 ind i hef.
Ja.
Som er på 2 liv.
Ja.
Ingenting.
Is it?
Ja. Så på.
Et hold.
Ja.
Det ligner agtigt ikke. Nej, du brugte også til at vende.
Ja.
Range 3.
Ja. En enkelt. Og en enkelt. Og så her range 2.
Ja. En. Og 3.
Så den er på halv.
Den er på halv.
Ja.
Så læger på halv. Hef på 1. Gin på 2 skjolde.
Ja.
Recharge en læger.
So half is almost gone.
Yep, and then half points on Leia now. So yeah, Warner needs to really get his thumb out of his butt. But I think it's, to be fair now with this particular board state, I think it's going to be something of an uphill battle. Depends how well he can keep those three separatists isolated from the rest and do some work.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think with the swarm, it is. It's like it seems impenetrable, and then all of a sudden it topples.
It just topples. Yeah.
Is there a way of showing if munitions layers that have charges left in them? There probably is, but we don't have. I mean, we don't have that much sort of control over the exacts of what's happening.
Yeah, we can do it, but it also means our players need to be a lot more vocal. And to be fair, it's a pain. You know, how to put this? It takes a lot of time to be able to follow the stream to that detail as well. So.
Yeah, we would essentially need to have a guy that did
nothing but pushing buttons, right?
Just to get the charges ready.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's a lot of information to be tracking all at once, and you know what? I'd rather be able to focus on what's going on in the stream as opposed to the nitty gritty details.
Especially with this many ships.
Yeah, exactly.
Ja.
Okay, so will we just bump
Come
that
Leia.
drone?
Yay, kom Leia. Everybody wants to help.
It's like he's trying to take Leia out, isolate Leia.
I actually think when he's bumped like that, he probably can't even rotate. Because of the dimensions. I mean, we talked about it with the discourse.
Exactly.
Because he's longer than he's wide, so when he's bumped like that
Yeah.
from both sides, then I don't think he has room to rotate.
No.
It's like, I will... Okay, so self-bumping there. Is he hoping to have Seer bump? That's probably it. If Seer want to clear that stress,
Leia kommer bare til at blive
bump one
stående.
Ewing and the
Der
other.
bliver ikke noget plads derinde. Og lukker vingerne. så godt. Der er for mange skud ind i ham til at overleve.
that one's
Så han kan lige så godt... Bare for nogle af dem her er skadet.
8'eren har det fint, 3'eren har en i skade. 4'eren har en i skade, 5'eren har det fint.
Okay. Så flipper vi hele vejen rundt. Og får en stress.
Ja. 5 frem.
Ja.
Okay, so she just wants to get out.
Bare lige haft halv på ham i sidste runde.
It's not going to clear his stress.
No,
But
it does take him out of the engagement. But still within range of the droids to start passing tokens around.
Så det er nok sidste omgang. Den
yeah, I'm just sure the rain can happen. No, you can't. What?
Boost. Og fokus.
Hey, Judge. He was stressed.
Yep.
Ja.
Oh yeah, he's stressed. He's stressed, that's right.
You're right,
Yes,
sorry. I
that
forgot
one.
Yeah. So on there, yeah, that could change the match. Ja. Nej, jeg var ikke stresset. Jeg lavede en 2 blå. I wasn't stressed wins.
Nej, det er rigtigt, ja.
Ja.
Du var...
Okay, so now they're just going ahead and doing it anyway.
Det er rigtigt.
Ja.
Den lå der bare stadigvæk og flå.
Okay. So he wasn't stressed.
No, he
Shooting. Leia.
What the?
I wasn't stressed last turn. No, I did a 2. It was just a debris. Yeah. Yeah.
Ja.
Jeg har vist ikke noget skud på.
Desværre ikke.
it's because they don't know how to clean up after themselves.
Og at jeg ikke lige på
det
8
kan
terninger ikke
stadig,
kunne få ham halveret i frontskud. Ja. Hef skyder der.
Ja. Den har 2
Yeah,
tilbage.
if I decide to keep streaming for X-Wing, I think I'm gonna look at doing some things a bit different.
Så en crit på 3'eren. Den er død.
Yeah, there are many fun things you could do.
You know, one thing I think I want to try and do is I want to get what actually helps is if we get some sort of like removable stickers for the different plates, because then we can assign the colors directly on the stream. Obviously, that takes more time in setup, and it's not exactly ideal at these kind of premier level events because we can't run the event around the stream. The stream has to work in with the event.
Range 2.
But you know, we can come up with some ideas.
Hvis jeg kan nakke
what
den
to
der,
do.
Så har jeg ingen skud på dig.
så har du ingen skud. Og så har jeg
Okay, so now Oni can try to leverage his initiative advantage
Yeah.
and hopefully get some drones off before they shoot, because
Fordi det er
frankly, it's not even about the points, it's just about survival.
All right, thanks for watching Soaring Embers.
det er godt fjerne. Vi ved, at
Hope you've enjoyed it.
der er gaver til
trigger
folk.
gaver til hele banden.
Ja. Okay. Så lige
Are they
nu,
discussing points?
når han ikke er på halv, og det kommer han ikke, så har
Just
du
give them a
fået,
Or do we not do that?
og der er ikke nogen af dem her, der er på halve, så har du fået lige nu 73 point. Hvad har jeg fået?
Betydeligt mere. Fordi alene der er 100 alene, der ligger alene der.
Okay. 500.
Jo. Så det er lige meget, hvem jeg går på.
Så er der større chance til den er flere point værd.
Jamen, det vinder mig ikke kampen. Fordi hvis du får et skud tilbage der, så tager du til. Så vi går efter ham der.
Ja. Så, og det var range 2.
Det er ikke nok.
Nej, det kan give mig en weapons failure. Nej. Nå, så får jeg lidt calculate.
Ja.
En der. En der. Jeg ved ikke, om jeg får der, men det er også lidt lige meget, tror jeg.
Here comes the
Et skud
rain.
på hef. Herfra.
Ja.
Range 2. Og du har 0 i agility. Ja.
Ja, tak. kampen.
I think we missed the drone dying.
I think we did, but it doesn't matter.
Whoops. Okay, the game is over.
Yeah, Wuna lost. So he got knocked out. So we have Booga going on into the final. So we're going to have a bit of a break now. We're going to have our lunch. So we should be back live at around 1:30 this afternoon local time, 12:30 for the UK, and way too early in the morning for the rest of you guys from across the pond. So I hope you've been enjoying the stream so far for today, and we'll be back in about an hour. Right, thanks everyone. Right, so we're back. We just fired the round, and here we go. So, yes, welcome back, everybody. We are just about to, oh my God, something went terribly wrong on that camera. 1 second. Let's do that. And we do that. All right. So,
I will just go run and find out who has initiative.
yeah. So we are in the middle of the match, or we just started the match. So we have Bugha versus Steen here in the final. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting.
Ja. Yes.
We're just trying to find out who's actually got the initiative now.
Helt banden op, så må du stille helt
Yeah, Steen won the role and chose to take the initiative, which I think was the right call.
Yep. So yeah, this is going to be a very interesting match. What we'll have to do here is actually shrink our dice cam just a little bit because it is actually blocking Steen, the last bit of his list.
Perhaps
So-
we can find unused board space later.
Yeah, so we can actually just scoot it over like there. There we go. Right. So yeah, we're quite excited. As I made in our pre-match announcement, this is actually the first time in Nordic history we've had a Dane versus Dane. So we're really excited about that here locally. And we're very excited that we're going to have the opportunity to send a Danish representative to Worlds. Not likely they'll be going this year. It's just way too short a notice. But with any luck, we should be able to send someone for next year. So we're really, really excited locally for this. So yeah, so both players are just in the final stages of their setup.
Jeg kan lige beslutte, hvor Global Lab skal være hen.
Okay, meanwhile, I saw STX999 ask, how did Christopher do? He just barely lost to Steen. It came down to the final shots, and I think he lost by like 3 points.
Yeah, something like that.
So it was super close for the Imperial Aces, but not quite there. The droids will take the day.
But it is specified in the NRR that all properties being destroyed effects are when you're removed from the board, unless something else. Because now we get
So as we look at the two lists, I think you can say that Steen is up on sort of raw firepower and also bodies. Bugha has Seer and his crack shot ability. That would probably will be hard to trigger, but his Seer is a lot more beefy than the feed hand autopilot. Bugha also has a lot more struts, so I'm not surprised to see him set up there with the rocks and try to utilize these to his advantage. Bugha also has the Discord missiles, which could prove quite deadly, especially if it is a bit more of a sort of knife fight once they get all tucked together.
Den er faktisk svær at stå i.
Den må vi se.
Though we have 2 hours to do this, I have no illusions that it will take that long.
No, it's with the amount of raw firepower we have action on both sides. We're probably going to be seeing quite a number of ships lost each round. I would say probably at least one on each side every round, at a minimum. It's going to be, I think we're going to see a while yet before we actually see an engagement, especially with the rock setup the way it is.
Faktisk dejligt. Nu er den første dansker at spille mod.
So yeah, it should be, I think it's going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, indeed. CA175 will play a very small role.
Yeah.
For Bugha, it will not matter at all. Due to the way that they only come at the end of the initiative step. So his only concern really is if Captain Seer kills one of Steen's ship, then we will see the rain. But that's the only situation where that can happen. On the other hand, this also leaves both players free to let their Belbo Lab sort of fly off a little bit, in particular Bugha's. So we'll see.
Jamen, skal jeg så ikke bare følge? Jo. Havde vi så god kamp?
Vi kan gøre det igen. God kamp.
Er det? God
Den
kamp.
bedste dansker vinde.
Ja, lige præcis. Jeg flipper bare lidt med alle sammen.
Ja. Og jeg ved, om det ikke også kalkulator efterfølgende.
Jo, det gør I. De flyver fedt frem i kalkulator. Ja. Er det okay, at det er token bagefter?
Vi skal lige vende mig til, hvad er det egentlig for...
And so we see Steen going full speed, skirting the mat. I hope he placed those ships accurately.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That would be
the last thing you want at this stage of the tournament is being off by that 1 millimeter, right?
Yeah,
But-
and just going off the map.
Yeah, exactly.
Og min ene fløj lidt for langsomt frem. A little bit too slowly, so we had a lot of fun here.
You can see that. Ja, det...
And this one here.
Altså, hvis det er nu, du bomber, så sker der heller ikke noget ved det. I forhold til, hvis du så kan holde stigen ren resten af spillet.
Okay, so Vince, a question,
Yeah.
not from the chat, but just from me.
Jeg synes, det er vigtigt at have forstået kortet, og det der grappling slot, så der reelt kun
Would you say that how would TA 175 work if one of the guys threw their ship off the map?
Men det kunne du, ja.
Does it count as being destroyed? And can you measure range to it?
I would actually have to double check, to be fair. It all depends on what the definition of destroyed is, and I cannot remember the exact definition per the rules reference on a fleeing ship, because it's actually they've fled the field, they haven't really been destroyed. So I'd actually have to
So
take
it
a
might
look at
say that they're just removed.
that. I think they're just removed, so I need to do a double check on that one.
That's fantastic. Some guys are better playing drones than I am.
Booker clearly has some kind of plan on how he is to best stay in that corner.
Yeah,
Perhaps use the grappling struts to his advantage.
yeah, probably. You know, he doesn't have a whole lot of grapple options at this point. But I think his safest bet is to try and just have Steen come to him rather than he approach Steen terribly much. Force the initiative. Or force the engagement, rather.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ja, if you felt
Yeah, especially with Sting moving first.
Yeah, exactly.
Og vi
Can't
tager bare
afford
alle
to be
sammen en
blocked.
calculate.
No.
Ja. Nu må se, om jeg bliver a little bit better this round.
Yeah, so just for those of you who are joining us a bit late, we do have Steen Bob Jensen flying his Separatist Swarm versus Buga Lutsoft, one of our local players here in Copenhagen. flying his version of a Separatist Swarm. It's going to be it's going to be a confusing match, I think, for both us, the commentators, and for you guys. But I think it's still going to be a very entertaining match. These guys have slogged through quite a number of lists that I think they all found challenging to make the finals.
Yeah, and they had to play all kinds of things.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if any of them have had a Separatist Swarm versus Separatist Swarm matchup
No.
before, or even during this weekend, or in general.
Ja, de der Discord missions, det er en 3 bane.
Yeah, Swarm versus Swarm is going to be always an interesting matchup.
Yeah.
Det bliver også spændende, hvordan de virker mod Sværm i forhold til, at der reelt jo er så mange, så jeg kan... Nej, fordi så vil de
So
jo...
I just looked up the rules,
Yeah.
and they do say that the only effects that triggers off being removed are if you have a specific when fleeing,
Yeah,
because that is the tactical term.
Yeah,
Jeg tror lige, jeg klarer den, men tak for...
I know that it changed slightly from first edition.
Og så har vi den her, som står stille.
So we can also see Steen is very much set up to show the broad side of his 4x2 formation, which is probably what he wants. So it would just be one sort of firing line
Yeah.
coming down towards Bugge's little fortress down there.
Jamen, det var vist lidt vist.
And it seems like Bugge will need at least one more turn to get ready.
Yeah.
And he would probably prefer to have two, so
He might take a slower approach. It's hard to say. Steen's obviously got the engagement's going to happen when Steen wants it to happen, as opposed to when Bugge wants it. So, Steen, I think, is.
I think he's gonna burn him. He's gonna turn. He turn now. I don't know if the rear will fit.
Yeah. He's obviously got to be very careful on how he does his turn.
Possibly a free turn,
Yeah.
if they have a free turn. I think they have a free turn.
So what we see
They do.
is- Yeah. So it'll be very interesting.
Yeah. So my guess would be free turns from Steen now, and then fly in,
Yeah.
depending on, of course, on what Bugge does. But that effectively means that this is Bugge's sort of final round where he can jank around, and then next round he needs to end the round with the guns facing the enemy.
Yeah.
Har du dine egne terninger, du skal bruge en fælles?
Jeg har mine egne terninger.
Okay,
Jeg ved
ja.
ikke, hvis du gerne vil bruge fælles, så gør vi
Nej,
det.
jeg kunne ikke se, at du havde nogen, så...
Ja, de ligger her.
De ligger der. Sådan lige.
Bare kramme droids.
Ja, du vil helst ikke miste det. De har jo skrevet det.
And again, for those who didn't see Bugge's last match,
Helt i orden.
the vultures that are just sort of brownish and doesn't have the
Og jeg
stripes
lider stadig under
are
efterdønningerne
the
af
ones
det.
with the Discord missiles.
Ingen stress.
Nu skal I have 2 timer, så...
Ja,
And probably also the
lad os se,
ones
om man kan
that
få rettet op på
Bugge
til...
is
Og mine posterer.
most likely to just give up and use for blockers and such as soon as they fired their missiles, because they don't have energy shells, obviously. but he would want to get those missiles in there, and if he manages to do that, then best case he gets some crit through. Worst case, well, Steen still have to waste shots.
Yeah.
De gør det
So
helt
in
vandt.
that respect, and even though Steen outnumbers him, then Ruka has some extra droids in the launch tubes. And there comes the free hard.
Ja, den er i min bukselomme.
Kind of what we were thinking was going to happen.
Yeah, and I think it will clear the full lane even from the back ones.
Men hele banden så bare en calculate.
Ja.
Undtagen bøvbolappen.
Den kan da også til calculate, kan den ikke?
Jo, men den får stress.
På den stress, når den tager en calculate?
Nej, fordi den laver en 3 turn.
Nå. Ah.
Men jeg tænkte, det var ikke så slemt lige nu.
Nej.
I wonder if Ruka might be trying to get that top drone onto the same rock as the other one. You can have 2 on each rock. And you can sort of dig in and get the obstructed bonus.
Yeah.
Det er sjovt med det der formationssyn. Selvom man synes, man gør det pænt, så bliver det alligevel noget bombet noget.
Okay,
So it
so
looks like Buga's moving in for a flank. once
Yeah.
again.
and that one with the Discord missiles, they don't have struts. So even though it looks like it would be perfect to next round just put that on the rock,
Yeah, they don't have the struts on it.
they don't have the struts.
This is actually kind of interesting. He looks like he's going to try and force Steen
Starter engagement.
to deal with 2 fronts.
Og så er det Initiative Zero, den byder.
So
Ja.
this round is going to be, I think, a little on the quiet side, but definitely I think next round is going to be.
Next round we're going to be seeing dice like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah.
Perhaps you can expand the dice box to the sort of bottom part of the table,
Here now.
make it big so we can see what they're actually rolling. Because
I think
I don't think there's going to be any action down there.
No, I think it's all going to be up in that top corner. So
Og
we're
så
gonna
mangler
just
vi
do
her.
that. Slack it
Det var
down.
en et bank.
It's actually- Jesus, what the hell is this thing?
Oh, 47 people watching.
Yeah, and we've gained quite a number of
Yeah.
new followers as well. So
it
really
can
appreciate
be
the support there, people.
Ikke nogen skud.
As I said, this is my first ever X-Wing stream. So yeah, it's we're kind of happy about that. And yes, Steen is first player. So Steen gained the initiative.
Nu skal vi jo se noget.
We just love listening to Vince. It's almost like being at a tournament whenever we hear your voice, Vince. That's true.
Well, it's somewhat of a new experience for me being on this side of the fence instead of actually being the front. So it's been a fun experience, and I'm not as unknowledgeable about the game as I probably make it out to be sometimes. But yeah, I've been having a lot of fun running the stream this weekend. So
Okay, so now Buga has a drone at the top that's just turning its tail to the enemy and essentially mooning Steen's drones.
yeah, it's something of an interesting experience. I wonder what it would be like to be mooned by a droid.
The question is, does this change Steen's approach? Is he just gonna fly in, kill the ones that he can up there? Oh. And exactly. Because that is certainly an option. I mean, he can put a lot of dice into a few drones.
Yeah, exactly.
But on the other hand, where does that leave him next turn?
jeg er nødt til at lige høre med de der Discord. Altså hvis nu at han flyver over den, så sætter du selvfølgelig ind foran eller bagved.
Oh yes, this is obviously something that most of us Danes can appreciate. René Skjær writing in the chat there. Come on, Stain, take it home to Jutland. So this is also a regional Danish battle. So though we are happy that it's two Danes, then we would obviously want the right Dane to win.
Yeah, exactly. And the funny thing is too, we're actually playing on Bugge's home turf. Bugge grew up not 300 meters or less than 300 meters from the location we're actually playing the tournament. So it's great to be here. We got really lucky with the location. We're very happy with it. So yeah, it's going to be pretty cool. Either way, we're happy that a Dane wins, but obviously we want the guy from Copenhagen to win. And interesting too, Bugge's been playing X-Men now for a long time. Almost always the bridesmaid. He's almost always finished either, middle of the cut or just missing the cut. So for him to be playing in the final on such a level is an amazing experience for us.
Yeah. And for those who are not local, then I can also tell you that Bugge essentially came up with this swarm quite a long time ago, the exact sort of upgrades and stuff. And he played both Seer and TA 175 way before it was cool and meta. So I don't think that anybody sort of in the wider international community saw him play and stole his list. So I'm not saying he invented it, but he sort of co-invented it. Yeah, and Steen was traveling to Nova and got to the top 64 with 5 wins in Swiss.
Yeah.
So he certainly has.
He has the chops
experience.
for it. Yeah. We definitely have two very good players on this.
Okay, so Steen is saying, "I see your trap.
I don't care."
No. This is the slowest he can go.
Yeah.
So there he will still have a lot of coverage with his arcs out on the flanks. And I think crucially, that's why Bugge K turned that droid. If you look at the two brown ones with the Discord missiles, see Steen is completely leaving.
Yeah.
No. We have a judge moment perhaps to see
If he can,
if it fits.
Oh. No, let's see.
I still can't even see if that fits.
Yeah, he's not having to move the rock, so we're good.
Oh, but I can see if
Oh
he's on top of that.
no, Jacob's is calling it on the stone.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's on the rock, so he can't barrel roll. Yep.
I was glad showing can't even link to calculate.
No.
But as I was saying, the two Discord drones, they're lurking there. And they would really have loved Steen to move a little bit faster. And we can see if I'm right when Bugge reveals his styles. But I think Bugge would count on doing something like a 2-bank right with the front one. And then just hurl a free bank left Discord missile.
Yeah.
And he might still do that just to make that zone inhabitable.
Yeah.
But it also means that he can't have his own drones flying in. Well,
No, exactly.
technically he could because they don't attach to their own folks.
No. And we don't have to worry about who owns what as far as the buzz droids are concerned. It's Steen doesn't have them in his list, so
Den forreste har bare været lidt fuld af hans fløj.
Okay, but that failed barrel had quite a lot of effect because if it hadn't failed, then you would probably have seen the entire swarm
barrel rolling.
Ja. Så laver de alle sammen noget i den stil nummer. Den sidste her.
But I guess they still have the out that they can too hard next turn.
Yeah.
Very orderly, precise movements by Steen here.
Yeah. It's almost as though he's being watched. You know, it's
Yeah, but also just, you know, you can see even, you know, after
Ja.
4 or 5 movements, then there is obviously a little bit of jiggle in there,
Yeah,
but they're
exactly.
mostly in place.
yeah.
So now let's see Booker. There comes the 2 bank.
Well, hello there.
And since these Discord missiles only really have 1 charge,
Yeah.
then I'm not sure.
Jeg har fuldstændig fucket alt op. Nå, men sådan er livet.
Can you bring up the vulture dial again?
The vulture dial. Yes.
The only dial that matters in this game. They have the 1 heart as well. I think that if he shoots out a bus droid with the free bank to the left, then okay, yeah, you can do that. Okay, that's good. You're smarter than me.
Ikke
he's gonna drop it right in the middle.
Han spiller Armada, så vi skal bare
He needs to be sure that they hit, and that Steen can just turn away from them.
No.
And as I said, he's quite happy to sacrifice these to get them off, because in a typical scenario, he ends up, you know, producing 2 crits or something, and that's worth a drum.
So what we have is the Discord card. Not sure if we can actually see it. We can actually increase that 1 second. See this. Let's see. I want card size.
So it's yeah.
So yeah. So the discard missiles, I think, are going to play a very vital role here in this one. So at the start of our engagement,
Okay. This
spend
one
the calculate.
bumps, but gets to the
Jeg
rock.
kan jo kun sige tillykke med sejren.
Not the best rock position, but
No.
But I think that most Separatist player has been sleeping a little bit on Discord missiles and just sort of auto-including the energy cell charges instead. But
I think, you know, especially in these swarm lists, those discard missiles are, you know, can really disrupt those swarms.
yeah, but they're generally very good against anything that wants to sort of knife fight.
Yeah.
I played Booga not with a full swarm, but with sort of close fighting ships, either you know fang fighters or B-wings, and they don't enjoy those Discord missiles because they just sort of clutter the battlefield and says, well, if you want to fight over here and be knife fighty, then you're going to take some crits.
Ja, man må heller lige holde styr på det, men det er godt, du har mærker på dine.
So what about that guy? He might wait with firing the Discord of number 2 there. Now the top one is facing the other way. I don't think I understand.
I think he might have done that.
But he was stressed for catering the last one.
Ja.
Ja, det er jo sådan, at han kan.
Ja. Start of engagement.
Ja,
Nieren her.
ja.
I'm pretty sure nothing untoward happened. But
No.
okay, and here they come. So we will place it,
Om
then
den
we will
rammer
put it on
en
the
eller
front
to af dine. Ja, det er lige ikke den rigtige.
because there's
Så
not
kun
room
den
on the
rammer ham
back.
der. Så bliver den placeret.
But it's also better to
Bliver
have
den
in the
placeret
front.
her.
Yes.
Og
Den har hvor meget vi agility? 3, ikke?
3 agility. Ja. Det er jo, at vi lige kan markere den der op, fordi jeg
And that's where the Discord rules
Oh, yeah.
are. Oh, and the second one off as well.
Yep. He's going to try and block that lane, reduce Steen's movement options for the
Just
next
saying,
round.
well, you can't go straight. You have to turn
Yeah.
or eat it.
Nej. Vi har en... Vil du...
Okay, bring more hands,
Jeg
please.
har hjørnemarkering over min bunke. Der, har du det?
Tak.
We have Jacob coming in there to help.
How many hands do you need to play X-Wing, guys?
At least 5.
You know, especially once we get up to this level of
Den stod
event.
sådan, ja. Og nærmest bomber ind i den.
List these
På
size.
stenen der.
Hvad ville egentlig ske, hvis det var dit eget skib?
Det forstår de godt.
Det forstår de godt. Så du kan bare flyve henover.
Jeg kan bare flyve henover dem her.
Jamen, jeg spillede dem lige en enkelt gang i Aalborg, dengang de lige var kommet ud.
Ja.
Men
Careful
de
there,
kunne ikke
Jacob.
gennemskue det selv, hvad jeg var.
Ja.
There we go.
Alright. Captain Sear,
Super.
Yes.
han har lige en enkelt i range her.
So
Ja.
Så
now
den får
we get
3
the
terninger.
X-Men.
Tre
So
terninger.
Sear as the
Her er
X
4.
Yeah.
will kick it off.
Vi skal
Now,
lige
Sear should be careful not to kill stuff.
en enkelt.
En enkelt.
Can you turn the dice cam upwards a little bit?
Og der var et par stykker
Okay,
der.
so free evade. So
So did
absolutely
you-
nothing.
I had
Så er det
nothing.
min.
No, I've got the tilt as best as I can at this point,
Okay.
without actually going to physically go down and
Vi
fix the
starter med nummer
cam.
9.
Probably easier to physically move the dice box.
Han
Ja.
kan i hvert fald ikke skyde på... Og han
Actually, I
flipper
can
en
do.
charge.
Ja.
We'll do that at the next planning phase. I'll go down and I'll just scoot that dice cam around a bit.
Begge to.
Ja.
Så han skyder på den bagerste.
Ja.
3.
Okay, so we dodged
3 mod 3.
a
3
lot
mod
of
2.
forks. I
Yeah.
mean, the top one
Yeah.
has no shots. This one has just one shot.
Og...
Oh, single focus.
Yeah, he's gonna spend it. He has plenty.
Yeah.
Just borrow from the top guy. He doesn't have anything to shoot at.
Det er jo det. Det er jo træls,
He might not
hvis
have a focus.
du blanker ud.
Okay.
Calculate.
Så jeg laver den
Yeah, so a single.
Og en crit på nummer 3.
And Boogie takes 1.
So crit on number 3 for Steen.
Okay. Så skyder
Damage igen.
Damage
10'eren.
damage.
Ja.
Oh, you sure it's number 3?
Ja.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't it on the
Yeah.
on one of the
Det er obstruct,
disco
det kunne
missile
det faktisk
guys?
godt være.
Jeg tror, det er opstået.
No, they called number 3 on the chat.
Okay, so that's the one on the
En
rock.
enkelt crit.
Et enkelt crit.
Another crit rolled.
Another crit.
Altså, du er flink, og jeg er flink. Weapons failure.
Number 3.
Men så gider 16 faktisk ikke skyde på, så tager vi bare min double up.
Ja.
Oh, it took 2 crits.
Primary.
Ja. På den.
3.
Ja.
5 på 3.
That's a sad drone.
Double up.
Oh,
Og er det range 2?
3 hits. That's into number 3 again.
Ja.
Ja.
Så er jeg i hvert fald død.
Og reroll.
Så 2 damage på 3'eren.
Jeg er ikke fuldstændig fucket op her i starten.
Okay, so
Men lad os
that
se.
Så skyder 16.
that must be on the guy on the rock.
Shot charge. På en 16 på 9.
Ja.
Og til crit.
Hit crit.
Hit og crit. På 9'eren.
Takes hit crit.
Direct.
number 9.
Number 9.
Okay, så har vi 10'eren havde...
And that is perhaps a little bit the downside to Boogie's sort of clever plan, as opposed to Steen's just sort of very, I'm just gonna mow you down because I have more firepower. Then now Steen gets a lot of unanswered shots to Boogie's front line. And those Discord missiles suddenly
På den boss droid lige
may
foran.
not seem worth placing.
3 terninger. Ja, jeg bruger en.
Days, one hit.
Ja. Og den er død. Jeg har ikke slået en evade endnu.
I don't know if the last dice was an evade. No, he shot.
Oh, he
the,
shot that. Yeah.
Shot that.
Shot the buzz.
3. Jeg kan 3'eren se. Kan 3'eren se den boss droid? Det kan den ikke. 3'eren kan
Might
sandsynligvis
actually
ikke
be
se
worth
noget.
shooting the last one as well.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing.
Kan du...
Measuring seems out.
I think the buzz is out.
in the arc.
Arc is always a pain in the
Ej, nu
arse.
flytter jeg.
Yeah, it would be a lot easier if they just went to the corner,
Jeg kommer til at
right?
flytte den. Den rammer ikke, så den kan ikke skyde. Det ville være fair.
Did they roll it out?
Yeah, he's out.
He's
Sorry.
out.
Så 3 har ingen skud. Så vi er på 14 havde skudt, havde den ikke? Nej,
Jeg tror, det mangler 12 og 14.
jeg 12 og 14.
Ja.
Jamen så skyder...
12 og 14 står her.
De står der. Så skyder 14. Bustroid.
Ja.
Yeah, he's shooting at the last bus road.
Og
So we have
bruger bare lige double apples.
these two.
Ja. 2 hits.
2 hits.
Two
Evader.
Så har vi 12 tilbage.
Ja.
Men den skyder da også bare på den bustroid.
2 hits.
Og
Eller det ved jeg ikke.
ja, jeg bruger en. Den må godt dø.
One left in front. Two again.
Og den
Det går
evader.
ikke.
Så er
That
det
bus
mine
drone is not
tilbage.
one to
Så
die.
er dine tilbage.
But at least he's mowed out all those calculates, so
Lad os se.
doesn't have a
starter
whole
med
lot of
træeren.
options for defense.
Ja,
Primary på 12'eren.
yes. Så du har
3 on
slots der, så du... Ja,
Ingenting.
ingenting.
Det må være range 2 her. Hvor har jeg min range? Range 2 på 14'eren.
Okay, hit crit.
Så 14 der er crit.
Ja.
Blue stabilizer.
Loose stabilizers.
Jeg flyver lige ud. Der er en bustroid.
Oh. Okay. That's unfortunate.
8'eren.
That's the one where you have to go straight, right?
Yep.
Okay, and straight means going straight into a bus droid.
Yep.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Skyder på 14'eren.
Ja.
En enkelt. Du har en ekstra terning, men det var lige meget.
Ja.
4'eren.
Tak.
Skyder på 12'eren med en energy shell charge.
Yes. Det virker.
3 hits.
Så jeg
One
får
evade.
2 på 12.
Og that's it.
That's it.
So something just lost its home. Or was that the same one? So it died?
No, 12 is the autopilot.
Jeg fik fuldstændig for approach her. Ja, jeg kan
Unless
ikke lave
Steve
noget.
swap numbers around on me. Since
Nej,
I
det
put
var
these out,
elendigt. Jeg fik...
I think I'll go do
Anyway.
a quick damage check.
You do that.
Fordi...
Yeah, Booker would get a lot out of killing the feet hand autopilot because that would leave Seer free to essentially
Number
just
3
ace
and 9
around and
is dead
start
here.
busting
3 and 9 are
drones.
Dead. And 12.
2 damage.
Okay, so you swap things around on me.
But in general, I think there's no doubt that Sting came out of that
Damage on
round
12.
better, even if you account for positioning.
Ja. Hvem af dine har charges tilbage?
12 is the one with the struts. Okay.
14
A lot of
og...
Sting's drones stressed, but I don't think that will matter too
Ja, den
much.
der spændt.
Nej, du må godt lade dem være på. Det er bare for at høre. 14 og 7 har charges.
So 3 and 9 are gone.
Ja. For now.
Ja.
Alright, so Steen had swapped things around on me.
14.
Okay, so it was not the autopilot.
This is 12. So we'll just get rid of this autopilot number 12. Here. And it was 3 and
Hvornår er det nu med fjerne stress? Det er først i næste runde. Så
Hvad
hvis
mener
jeg,
du?
Altså, hvis jeg flyver op på den der for stress, så mister jeg min action, og så er det bare næste runde, når jeg laver en manøvre eller noget. Ja.
Nej, det er 12'eren, som kan flyve op på den,
Ja,
ikke også?
12'eren kan flyve op, men så er det jo en
So Steen's backline.
Ja,
And
det er
a
måske
hard turn
ikke,
2 down.
det giver ikke noget.
It's they frankly doesn't really want.
No.
No, they can go straight.
Yep.
And I think Steen might be able to, with success, split up his ships, but I don't know if that's something he wants to do.
No.
But
Just
Steen only really took 3 damage.
Yeah, which is a bit disappointing. I think Bugge's dice luck has finally changed.
Yeah, but he also, I mean, Steen also had way more shots.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know, Bugge. I think Bugge's plan was solid. It was just.
Yeah, I think he had expected Steen to go faster,
Yeah, I think so too.
and that changed things. Because if Steen had sort of rushed in, then Bugge would have essentially have been surrounding him by now, and he would have lost. He might still have lost 2 drones,
Yeah,
but it would have been the one sort of up in the top right corner instead.
yeah,
And all other Bugges would be behind him and getting solid range 1 shots.
no, exactly. So yeah,
And both discords would have given a lot of effect.
yeah.
Yes, jeg er klar.
Ja.
Okay, so we'll see.
Calculator, ja.
Calculator. Ham her, han skal flyve lige ud.
This is the guy with the loose stabilizer.
Yeah.
So he's going to pick up the bus drones.
Det kan vi vist ikke løbe fra.
Nej.
The reason he went a little bit slower than the others.
Så lige overveje, hvor jeg sætter den.
Yeah, I think this buzz droid placement is going to be rather crucial. Just on the off chance that Steen decides to.
Ja, lad os bare...
There's no way Bugge should not place him
Nej,
in
vi
the
sætter den
back.
bagved.
Oh, he does. And that means that when the next one moves up, the only available slot
Så er jeg
will
stadig nødt til at
be
spille
in the
på barrel
back,
roll.
which means that the bus droids will do. Oh, that's why he made it.
Leaves it in place.
Okay.
Det ligger godt. Yes. 2 frem.
Nå, ja.
2 frem.
Ja.
Jeg tænkte lige lave den sammen.
Yeah. So Steen defeated an Imperial Ace player coming into the match, although it was very, very close. Steen beat an Imperial Ace list by only 3 points to make it into the final. So it was, it's
Ja, den fandme.
can be
Ja, jeg
tricky.
kan nok være der.
Det kan godt være der. Jeg føler lige den her.
Yes.
And I think also Steen also beat an Imperial list in the first round of the cut this morning.
Hvis jeg rykker den lige frem. Nej, det
he
må jeg jo
faced
ikke.
a cluster swarm.
Jeg skal sætte den midt i.
Cluster
ja,
missile
så er den
swarm.
plads til den.
Why is it facing that way?
Så barrel roller vi.
That's interesting.
Oh no, it's free hard down.
Yeah.
Noget stress. Er du bedre til... Ja.
Yes, exactly right. Ole, we finally broken that Swedish curse. You know, had Christopher made it to the final, I don't think we'd ever heard the end of it. So we're quite happy about that for sure.
Midten er fin.
But then again, I mean, the Swedes we lose to over here are
Oh, yeah,
practically
exactly.
ex-Danish, right?
Yeah, basically, you know, when you come from Skåne, you know, we kind of treat them as Danish anyways. Does he overlap that well? Yes.
Doesn't
Jeg flyttede
matter.
den lidt. Den tager den. Så er der i hvert fald ikke noget tvivl.
Okay.
Jeg skulle have været dig her.
Oh, he didn't take any action, so he did. That one might as well.
Yeah, it looks like it. Top corner. Yeah, that one corner.
Yeah.
Just nails the rock as well.
Oh, he was out.
Oh, he just missed it. Okay. Hopefully the sound is still coming through pretty well. We have been trying to fiddle it a
Oh,
bit.
this is important. Oh no, he will miss it. Good. Or bad, depending on who you are.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Sidste.
Oh, it was. Oh, that's because I was like, two bank is not low,
Han forsøger sig med det samme.
but it was the double now.
Nej, så samler jeg den jo op næste gang.
Kan du kan ikke være der, hvis du...
Det kan det faktisk godt.
Yeah, well, this one gets it.
That one gets the buzz.
Yeah,
Det kan
but
vi se.
he will have to put it on the back
Er den ikke flush med dernede i bagenden?
because there's not room in the front.
Thanks, Vanny. We do have a room full of Armada players playing as well in the background, so there is still a fair bit of background noise, which we are trying to minimize. But
Får du den her?
you know, those rowdy Armada players
Højre, jeg kan lægge den foran
can't keep them quiet.
Yeah, well, they're still in game like what, 1, 2.
I think they're just starting round 2.
Jamen, så bumpede jeg.
I still don't believe. I mean, I don't understand why they didn't do it over 2 days.
Det var Stine. Ja.
Yeah, it's. I think the general consensus is that the separatist swarms do need some kind of adjustment, whether it's indirectly in their ship costs or in some of the synergy. You know, some of the secondary costs might need to be adjusted, because I think it's the swarm with the missiles and the action economy with them. That is definitely a problem. Not a problem, but you know, it's definitely making them a lot stronger.
It's very, very good. Yeah, but I even think, you know, TA-175 is very good, but it's not just that. I think that pretty much every ship and every card that we see in this final, with the possible exception of Discord missiles, could use at least 1 point.
Yeah, exactly.
The base drone chassis is extremely good for 19 points. The dial is very good.
Yeah.
It has linked actions.
It's just got really strong action economy with very few points investment. You know,
And yeah, they die really easily and probably easier than anything else in the game.
yeah.
But when they are so cheap, you can bring enough of them
Yeah.
that even if you lose 1 per turn, it's not a big deal. And if you can bring TA-175, then it's actually, you know, it will eventually snowball to your advantage.
No, exactly. And you know, the big difference that we're seeing in this match is because both sides have effectively initiative 1. TA-175 has very little bearing in the match. So it is all going to come down to, I think, their positioning and their action economy
linker til med
with their linked actions that are going to win it.
en fokus. Alright.
Okay, so we see Seer.
Der er ikke noget pre-combat
in.
her. Det er ligesom blevet fyret af.
I mean, if he kills something, it will have an
Så lad
effect.
os se,
Yeah, exactly.
hvem Captain Sear har skud på.
Most of Steen ships have a shot.
Jeg tror kun, at vi tager den ene.
This turn,
Kan man prøve at skyde på den ene?
British ships
Yes.
will also
På
have a
træerne.
shot.
Træeren.
Som er uskat, ikke også?
Okay, and here we
Two
go.
crits.
Seer
2 crits.
for double crit.
Så en crit på træerne.
And I see 1 of 8. I don't know if is that the focus?
Det er den her.
Ja,
Is
den
that
har
thinking so
sneglen.
hard?
Nej, du har jo selvfølgelig en calculate der. Ja, ja, så du klarer den. Så din.
Consequences.
Yes. 7'eren, bare fordi hvis jeg kan huske det. Jeg havde stadig en ende på Shell Sharp.
Ja.
7'eren ville
So
skyde
original
på.
Steen ships.
Syveren skyder
So that drone, whatever it is gonna take a crit. There's no way
på
that thing
bagpladen.
is not
Det
coming
er din etter.
Ja,
That is at PS0.
det klarer jeg meget godt. Ingen skade.
Ja. Og få rerollet det.
We just take
Fordi
a
jeg
card.
bruger min ark, og jeg har Solus One titlen.
Okay, yes. Det er jo derfor, du skyder arken. Yep, så når
we'll catch up to you.
Det var 7. Så skal vi lige tage
I think, Lando, to your comment that the Nantex could maybe draw this away from English to Swarm faction, I think they can. They can make sort of solid, not quite ace, not trip aces, but they can make good lists with the Nantex. And Nantex can also accompany the drones, and so they can do different archetypes, but they are, as long as the drones are as cheap as they are,
Nej, det har den ikke, men
then the right choice is to play
12'eren
drones.
skyder i hvert fald på 12 på 1'eren.
Ja.
And I've no doubt that the Nantex is very, very good. But I actually think that sort of a pure drone swarm is probably stronger. Sort of in versus the field.
3 skade på Sear.
Rolling into double. I don't even know why he's a reroll.
Did you spend a charge maybe on the plating?
9 tilbage.
If it was crits.
9 skyder på 1.
Ja.
Og 9 har en calculate token.
Ja.
Yeah, true. Bisse. I agree that I'm
bruger
pretty
min
sure that
fokus.
they lowered the cost
Jeg får ingen skade.
of the drones because there was so few options in the separatists, and they weren't really competitive because people haven't learned how to fly them yet, and they want a representation of it. And as it is right now, I looked over a few days ago on all the tournament results from September, and the separatists were very much on top. Even though they have the least representation, they have the highest sort of average score
Så hit,
for those that show up,
2 hit og et crit.
and that's a bit crazy.
så er jeg død.
Yeah, as for who will win Worlds, I would be super excited to see what Chad has to say. Personally, I have a feeling towards Gendron and the Inquisitors.
Skyder på,
I think they're very strong.
på din
but
seer.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Separatist swarm of
Kan vi
them.
ikke blive enige om det?
I would be very surprised to see Nantex.
Jeg har kun 2 terninger.
If there's more than one Nantex in sort of World's top
Ja, ikke det,
16,
ikke stjæle.
I would be surprised. Or more than one list with Nantexes anyway.
Og ingen er i skade.
So Empire is strong. Both with trip aces, but
Så har jeg
I think even more so with Gendron and Inquisitors.
De to, den kan ramme, er døde.
Nå, har den ikke ark over på seer? Kan du bare lige eyeball den? Jeg gider ikke skal til at flytte alle de her skibe.
Så den her.
Den der på den anden overlap.
Okay, and while I was chit-chatting away, Boogie lost 2 more drops.
Finn laser.
Ja, jeg har ikke en laser.
Ja. Lad os lige tage en laser og se.
Men det er måske også kun 12'eren, vi skal flytte, faktisk.
Vi har lige en laser, så ser vi, om det giver.
Det prøver vi. Og det kan også ske, at den er way off, men jeg vil
Yeah,
også
just
skyde,
from my
hvis jeg
side,
kan få
it's really hard to say which faction is going to run it. I think Imperials have got a lot of strong lists right now, but with the Nantex being released and legal for Worlds, I really think it's going to be up in the air now. It's really kind of hard to call.
Yeah, I think the strongest argument against it being Empire is probably the Nantax.
Okay.
Because I don't think it can win outright, because I don't think it's good against the field necessarily. If they meet, some beefy type lists,
Vi ser, hvem den
like
kan ramme.
the 4 U-Wing we saw in the last game, they're going to be completely not
Den
care
er ikke
about
ramt din
Nantaxes
Belbulab.
and just kill them.
Den kan ramme de andre.
But against against Imperial
Det er
Aces,
12'eren
that's going to be rough.
og din 14'er, der har fået skade.
12 og 14 er lidt ked af det.
Ja. Den prøver at skyde på 12'eren.
Den skal på 12'eren.
2.
2 på 12.
Ja.
Og det var 2 almindelige.
Ja. Og det var den der, skal vi huske at bruge den til charge. Så min 8'er prøver at skyde på din Belbulab.
Ja.
Så det er range 2
Yes.
herfra. Dertil 2 med 2. Ingenting.
Ja, det står, man skal.
Min 4 har den range 1 til din Belbulab.
Yeah, Black One says that
Den prøver at skyde på
the Separatists have been strong lately, and people just don't seem to
prøver at
be
skyde på
able
din
to
Belbulab.
know how to engage 8 ships. I agree,
en enkelt.
but
En enkelt
the thing is that at Worlds, then if there are people who can't figure it out, you're going to have a lot of them there. So I think in that way, then you don't have as easy a time just bullying through Swiss.
Så det er for svært på.
It is a long, long
Jeg ser ikke,
way
hvem den overhovedet har
just to get to the top 16.
Ja,
And you only have 2 losses to give to even make it to day 2.
Den stod cirka sådan her, så selvom jeg rykkede lidt, så...
Well, I think to be fair,
min
a
vurdering
lot
var
of the
også
problem
lige, da
with
jeg
the
kiggede
H
ned,
lists
den kunne godt have
is
været der.
they've been out of the meta for so long.
jeg vil give dig
People have
den.
forgotten how to
Du så den
engage
også
them.
sådan.
Jeg har jo
In
stået og
first
kigget
edition,
lige ud.
especially in the early days, where we're round about the same,
Men hvis I,
length
hvis
of
I
time.
kan godkende det, så...
Swarms
Ja,
were
det
everywhere.
synes jeg,
So people
fordi
became very
Jeg
experienced.
prøver at skyde på din Belbulab.
Ja.
Så får du egentlig skade på 7'eren.
7'eren for en
Still
skade, og
missing
en
the total for Dicebox.
Ja,
7'eren er der. Blue Stabilizer.
den skal også blive lige ud. Og så er 8'eren
8'eren og 4'eren.
er død, ja. Og 12'eren.
12'eren, yes. Kunne jeg snyde, så gjorde jeg det.
Okay, so here comes another round.
Så hvad har du?
Yeah, Blando, that is actually a good point that large rocks does not counter swarms with when the swarm is, assist swarm, because either they will land on the rock or they will put you on that rock.
Exactly. I think one of the better counters as far as your obstacle choice against a swarm are the gas clouds. But even that, it's very much a soft counter. Sorry?
1 hole.
He's on 1 hole.
Okay, so we just heard that Captain Seal was on 1 hole.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an uphill for Boogie at this point.
Yeah, or just a straight drop.
vi over på siden og kigge. Får den der.
I mean, Steen have managed to leverage his superior numbers and his superior firepower very, very well.
Yeah.
Bugge has tried to do a clever tactics, and then Steen has been able to counter those.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, the way he danced around that single Discord droid and ended up, he will end up having taken just one crit somewhere.
Yeah, he took a loose stabilizer on ship 7.
Yeah.
Skal jeg lige huske orden? Jeg kigger bare lige.
John Blando, I wouldn't say that drones have very limited blues.
Du kan bare gå i gang.
I mean, they have 2, 3, 4 forward and 2 turns.
Jeg kaster mig ud
That's pretty good.
i 2 turn her.
Lige nok bombe.
Det gjorde det.
Most ships would be envious of their blues.
Yeah.
But
Ja,
it all depends with the drones. I mean, I agree that the debris is good if they don't have struts. But if they do have struts, then again, gas cloud is probably your thing.
Han kaster
So I
sig
think
også
as
ud i
an
bombe.
ace player, I would bring gas clouds every time because they give me more options. Though they also slow the swarm down less. The swarm simply has to care less.
Jeg er jo ikke sikker på, at jeg vil komme forbi med en 4 også. Så jeg tænker, at det her det er jo måske det bedste. Så. Så holder den der. Så har vi boget op. Det er lidt for snært. Jeg synes, det er sjovt. Vil du sætte den ned?
Actually, probably don't say that.
Vil du have forlænget
Understand
den?
how he got all that damage. Perhaps he meant he had one card on him.
Could be. It was, difficult to hear. I think one of the things I need to do is get a better headphone setup so that I can both monitor the table chat as well as being able to hear you. Because I think we're definitely going to be looking to do this more often.
Vi har taget den forkerte.
Yeah.
Det er den der skal sættes.
I think my general plan is we'll start streaming Wednesday nights. There's one match every Wednesday, or every other Wednesday. We'll wait and see.
Ja, det er
Den
rigtigt.
store parameter
We're
Ja,
running
den har planlagt,
a
at der skal
league
blive 2 frem, og så
currently
på en eller anden
out
måde
of
bomber eller
Faroes,
et eller
so
andet.
we can always
Jeg hiver den træerne, eller?
focus one of our league matches as the focus match of the night.
Den stod ikke så langt frem, fordi
Call it
den
hockey,
kan være i
or
2.
not hockey night, X-Wing night in Copenhagen.
Okay, sådan der. Ja.
Yeah.
Yes, ham her, han kunne også bare lige frem og slæbe af sig det der udtøj, han har på sig.
That's the plan. I think I'm going to be starting up a DTG channel probably over the next week, and then we'll push all the videos. I'll splice all the videos up and push them there. Christopher has also offered to host them on his channel as well, so they'll be all over the place on YouTube. But I think the first thing I'm going to do is, once I get to proper and strong internet, start up a YouTube channel for our X-Wing streams.
Sådan der. 2 turn. Det er 16'eren. Det stopper.
Reloading some energy shells just because he can.
Yeah, as soon as I get it, I'll post all the links.
Christopher's channel.
Everybody, and then
I can't remember. It's X-Wing Sweden something. I haven't decided what we'll call the YouTube channel yet.
Den her 3 ind her.
You know, it depends. If I start doing this more, I might shorten the channel name of this one. His Danish Tabletop Gamers, while a pretty awesome name and stuff, is a little bit of a mouthful to say. So I think I'm going to take a look at rebranding the channel and doing a few things behind the scenes.
Calculator. Og så her. Så ser vi 3 frem, som jeg tror, du fik blokket med den der.
Ja.
Yeah, Blando, I also think that we could be, as you're essentially sort of insinuating, we could be seeing a lot more of those big bases, those fast
can
big
see the
bases,
color base.
especially somebody like Han,
Den kan ikke skyde.
who is always good and move last.
10 og 16 vil ikke skyde i dag.
Okay, that's great, Michael. I will poke you with
Det vil 3
the
gange,
link to the YouTube channel once I get it.
hvis jeg må.
Because I think Jan and I are going to be doing this a little more often. I think Jan's enjoying it more than he admits.
Ikke skyde i dag.
Yeah, yeah.
Det vil 9.
To be fair, this weekend has kind of rekindled my enjoyment of X-Wing. It was starting to wane there a little bit. Anyways,
Okay,
So we
so one more damage on
number 2.
14 på 2'eren.
Ja.
Det er vist en
Yeah, I don't know if Boogie will ever get to shoot here.
Vi er nede range 3.
3 igennem sten, det er ikke gode odds.
Der er ikke nogen
Jeg har
calculator.
ikke nogen, jeg har en enkelt, men helt ude på 9.
Ja.
Så
Men det er min.
det er din. Jamen, jeg havde nær taget den.
Ja. Nå, der kom et par evades der.
Det havde ikke gjort stor forskel. Og så har jeg en bubble up,
Ja.
som er sidste lavede ansigt. Hvor meget liv er den igen?
1 liv.
1 liv. Så afskyder bubble up. Bubble up mod bubble up.
En enkelt crit.
En enkelt.
Crit. And an evade.
Ja. Alright. Så er det mine
Oh, and that was against Seer.
tropper.
Yeah.
Glade tropper.
Ja.
7 og 14 har det værst.
Ja.
Anstein hasn't even lost a ship yet.
Den der skyder på 14'eren.
Ja.
Oh, well. Oh, sorry. He lost one.
2 styk.
Yes.
Du kan lige slå den her.
Okay, and now we have a damage. No, we
Så
don't.
et crit.
Ja.
Structural damage.
Så er min der agility på den.
Which ship?
Så skyder jeg den sidste.
It is one of those that already had a low stabilizer, I think, because he put it next to another
Så
crit.
2 mod 2.
But I don't know which one.
En enkelt.
Yeah, that's the problem. They both have
I know.
stabilizer.
Yeah, exactly. But I just saw he put it next to another.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, 14.
14. Cool. I think that's the right one. Awesome. It's okay. I need to know,
There's no 14. No, there's a 14.
Så jeg lægger min her med.
but I didn't catch what crit it was.
Men der er der heldigvis farveforskel.
Okay.
Men det er fint.
Let's go take a damage check. Structural damage. Nobody died that round, right? 2 died. 2 died. Oh, took 1 damage. That's it.
Yeah. There's 10 chips in the board. Stain has 7, Booger has 3.
Yeah. Not much. Yeah.
has 2.
It has 2.
Okay,
Ja.
jeg starter med ham her.
Ja.
Han skal flyve lige ud. Han flyver 2 lige ud.
Bum. Bum.
Yeah, STX, I think it is probably time to bring Trajectory Sim out of retirement.
Kan du hjælpe med 2 bank?
Perhaps even bring them down in cost a little bit. I'm not talking, back to wave 1 kind of, for free points you get to throw bombs.
En der. Kan du hjælpe 14 med 2 lige ud?
Perhaps they can be scaled
Ud fra ikke bomber. Hvis jeg ikke bomber.
just to balance out the swarms.
Så vil jeg gerne så
Or
lægge.
perhaps, because it's really only this swarm.
Jeg frygtede lidt, du vil ofre
There's
den.
nothing else quite like it.
Ja, det kunne man selvfølgelig gøre. Det ved jeg til en anden gang. Tak.
And I think it is
kan du lave,
essentially mostly
Talon
a cost issue.
Jeg skal til Hyperspace i Aalborg, der tænker jeg, at jeg skal have det her med.
You shouldn't have drones from
Altså, når du er gået i finalen her og ligger til at vinde finalen, så er der vil du frem tilbage.
Tilbage. Så vil det da være et godt bud i hvert fald til en liste. Der er ingen grund til at skrive om at opfinde noget nyt.
Nej.
Yes. Skal vi så tage de her 2 herovre? 2 bank. Og calculate. 2 bank.
There's no doubt about it. If you're going to Worlds, you're gonna need to have a plan against this swarms.
Against cis swarms, against
Or bring
Nantex.
one.
Yeah, or bring one.
mangler
Yeah,
du
exactly.
Bellubarben.
Start practicing
kommer
those
lidt til
swarms
bomber.
over the next couple of weeks if you haven't already been flying.
And I would even say that if you have to choose about being able to defeat, cis swarms or cis Nantexes, then I would go for the swarms.
Yeah.
Because you're much more likely to get into them, and you can just punt against the Nantexes.
All right.
Of course, it's too bad if you get that one
I still
Nantex
still?
that makes it to the top cut.
Yeah.
But there's so many other things that preys on that. So the Nantex is really, it's more like a counter
Jeg lærer som ud.
in the way that it counters aces really, really well.
Jeg kan køre den her.
Ja.
And then of course it has some play against sort of small base efficiency.
3 frem her. Og calculator.
Yeah, but I think we will see in smaller games, either smaller tournaments or just store play. I think you will see an overrepresentation of Nantexes at the moment because everybody is trying them out.
Yeah.
And they need to, because they need to learn either how to fly them or more importantly, how to fly against them. But I really don't see them, a lot of people bringing them to Worlds.
No, I
and
don't-
especially I don't see a lot of people bringing them to Worlds and being successful.
No, I think we're going to see them at Worlds. I think where we will see them a lot will be in the last chance qualifier. I think what we will see also is a lot more.
På 7'eren.
7'eren får en skade.
Så din.
Det er min. Det var mine der.
So I think we'll see a lot more Nantex after Worlds once we see what their performances are like.
Aktiverer 16. Han gik nå. Så aktiverer vi 10'eren. Han kan godt nå.
Ja.
Så
3 mod 3. På 2'eren, som har 1 skade.
16 havde skudt. 10'eren skyder, men 10'eren har fået sådan en fancy...
Det er jo lige netop, hvad han har. Ligger en enkelt? Jeg ligger en enkelt.
Du lægger den. Yes. 3'eren. Har den skudt?
Ikke på noget meningsfuldt.
Så har 14 heller ikke. Nej, det kan den ikke have. Okay. 7'eren. Der har vi en skud. På range 1.
Ja, på 5'eren. En
Og
enkelt.
ikke noget at modificere med, ikke i afstand, nej.
Og jeg har 3. Og ligger 2.
2, yes. Nu kører det. Overlap. Range 3.
Ja.
Overlap på 5 mod på 2. Og jeg må ikke stjæle noget.
Og lægger en evade. Det var din sidste, var det ikke?
Jeg tror nok, jeg har en 9'er.
Nej, du har en 9'eren selvfølgelig. Jeg prøvede bare at mind-trick dig til ikke at skyde med den.
Lige præcis. Jamen, det er også okay. En enkelt.
Okay. Og
Range 3.
ja.
Ja.
Ja, jeg har. Så prøver jeg at skyde, så må det være mig nu.
Ja.
Her.
Yes.
2.
Ikke nogen.
Men 9'eren er uskadt.
Damage.
9'erne der er uskadt, ja.
I think something died.
No.
It was the third one.
Og her. Jeg kan jo skyde på
Okay,
begge
so now
to.
he has 3 on 1 hull.
Men jeg vælger den bagerste.
Du vælger den bagerste.
Det er den, som stadig kan sige. Ja.
Ja. Det er min.
Hit og crit.
Og bruger bare sådan en fætter der.
Alright.
Det var din, den må vi.
Ja, nu er jeg ved at tage din her.
Ej, jeg tror, vi har...
Må det ikke være nok?
Jo. Ja, du er simpelthen bare grebet fast der, er du ikke? Ja. Yes. Fedt, fedt. Okay. Nu skal jeg lige koncentrere mig igen.
Yeah, that was a couple of rather disappointing rounds on both sides. The upside, you know, we do see Steen has got 3 ships on 1 hull, so if Booga can get another lucky round of dodging, yeah, it could still swing either way.
Yeah, he just needs to really get something off the table.
Yeah.
Because
He needs
sort
to
of
start-
3 to 7 is not even a fair fight.
No, he needs to start, you know, gaining some momentum, get some of these ships off the board.
Jeg lægger lige min her ned igen, bare for...
Because I mean, even if he next round managed to kill all the 3 on 1 hull,
Yeah.
it will still be an uphill battle.
No, exactly. You know, he's at best, you know, maybe able to remove 3 ships a turn, and that's still 2 turns that he's still taking, you know, 4 shots in return, 5 shots, you know, it depends. So, yeah, definitely an uphill.
Yes.
And especially since Captain Sear has taken so much damage.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is the most damage I've seen him take all tournament.
Yeah, because usually, I mean, nobody has time to deal with it
No.
because they have to deal with all the drones.
No, so. Somebody died.
Ja.
Så får jeg en skade også, ikke?
No, I thought we were
Nej,
playing.
det er jo nødt til, så dør den jo ikke.
Oh, he died from
Og i
the.
princippet skal du slå for stenen
Bus
også.
droid.
He died from the bus droid, so he just put out all the calculated disrespect.
Okay.
Which one was
Jeg har lige
that?
fortalt ham, hvordan man gør
Drop.
det.
Either 7 or
Kan du
14.
hjælpe mig en et? Kan
Ja.
jeg
Upgrade from get complete and everybody.
Det går en markeren også.
So smart.
Det kan jeg forestille mig.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ja.
Jeg mangler en... Hvor mange har jeg flyttet? Jeg har flyttet...
Hvad, jeg tror ikke... Nej, jeg har mine 3 her. Du mangler fra 16'eren her.
Ja, vi har...
Du har 10'eren her.
Der er en, der er flyttet der. Og... Det var ham, der døde der. Så det må være den der.
Ja, jeg tror, du har lagt den på 10'eren, ja. Hvem er det, der laver den der?
Jamen det er jo... Hvis vi siger, at de her 2, det er dem, du har flyttet. Og den der, det var turnet. Så er der faktisk 2 lige ud til en af dem.
Ja,
Det må jeg
det må
have.
være 16'eren så.
Ja, fordi den der... Jeg har simpelthen ikke fået sat en dejler til. Men jeg så i går, at... Men vi flyttede den her.
Ja.
At så er det den dejle, der ligger op. Det hørte jeg, der blev sagt.
Okay, it was much more interesting than that.
Det vil jeg betragte som værende.
So what happened was that
Hvis du er tilfreds med det.
number 7 is dead.
Det er jo ikke, så er
Number
det
7
to lige
had
ud.
loose stabilizer
Tvivler på, du har
and
Steen
on purpose made a non-straight maneuver for it to die to distribute all the calculates.
No, okay. Interesting.
I'm not sure that that is what you would do if you were not ahead, but let's see how we leverage it.
Did he forget to set it out? I don't know.
Nå, men du kan lige fortsætte med de andre, mens du finder ud af, hvad der sker med den der.
Jeg vil gerne bare lige indtøne.
Ja. Jeg kunne i hvert fald ikke lige finde en et
Judge, go judge. Okay, we have the table mic. Yeah. Okay, we have a small stoppage. So we have a judge call, and while that is being handled, the table mic has been muted. So it's down there. There was something about forgetting to set a dial, and then I think they're resolving it now. Okay, so it seems like they let Boogie set that dial that was missing.
Right, so that's all resolved now.
So
Jeg kommer aldrig hen og bare...
Boogie just set his dial.
Yeah. Basically, we've got something of a discussion over this point because back in first edition we did have this hard coded in the rules. However, it seems to be completely missing everywhere in the second edition. So what we've decided, at least for this event, and at least what I've decided in past events when people have asked, is we treat it the same way we used to in first edition, in that we treat it as an illegal maneuver, at which point the opponent gets to choose the dial and set the dial for the missing ship. So we figure, that's the fairest thing we can do. That's what we've done. Both players get a warning. Because it is up to the players to remember to keep sure, the board state is correct. And then we just move on. There are arguments for at this level of play, it could have other repercussions, but, that's a discussion that we're taking up, at least as far as we're in the European judge community, we're still discussing it, and hopefully we apply similar strategies going forward. But hopefully too, we finally get this back into the second edition rulebook.
At least get some X-Wing specific floor rulings.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'm not sure it belongs in the sort of really in the rulebook.
No, it's for me, while I agree that the floor rules are pretty good, there's a number of floor rules that in the current state are probably a little too harsh for the X-Wing.
Yes.
For the X-Wing scene. So, we've tried to maintain as close to consistency as we can across the events, and just go from there. And to be fair, every TO and every judge is going to make different calls as far as what they consider outside of the floor rules anyway. So you're still going to see a lot of variance between tournaments.
3 igennem sten. Nej, 2 igennem sten.
Ja, 3 mod 3.
Okay, so we have Sear coming in here.
2 styk.
2 hits.
2 heads.
3 stykker.
And all the ways in the world.
Min. Jamen, skal 10.
No, shot.
Ja.
Nothing.
Nothing.
16 kan ikke skyde. Så han er uskadt, ikke? Forløbig.
Ja.
Jamen, så skyder 3'eren herned.
Ja, det må være range 3.
Ja.
En enkelt.
En enkelt.
Og en enkelt.
Sorry.
Quit destroying my dice box. It's not even my dice box.
Range 2. En enkelt.
No focus.
Lad os se. Jeg tager en i skade.
Yes.
I'm thinking it's on his 5.
Så 9'eren
Which is on
skyder herover.
Range 2.
Ja. Bruger min calculate token.
Jeg tager en mere i skade.
Yes.
Her er bare rullende øjne.
Belblab har den ark på 2'eren.
Ja.
Yes. Og bruger min calculate token.
Is this turning in to be a long game?
Yeah, longer than I think we had planned.
Så hit og crit. Og 2'eren er død.
Toren er død.
Derek. Nå, så er det mine. Jeg skyder tilbage på 14'eren her.
Ja. Og hvad er det fint? Yes.
For fuck's sake.
There goes our mature rating.
Det overlever det.
What happened?
Så skyder jeg på bælbelappen.
Set an explicit one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hit, crit.
Ganske godt rull.
Så 2 crits går igennem.
Ja, evader 1.
Ja.
Så crit går ind der.
Ja.
Og crit her. Panic Pilot.
2 stress.
Yes. Det var det.
Det var det.
Og ja, du havde fjernet.
Yeah, Jacob's coming. So. Right. Hvad nummer var det, vi fik panic?
Så jeg har 7 og 12, der er døde.
So it's down here.
So 80's down to
Det er
2
lige det
hull.
der dial sjov her, så vi ikke får...
Ja.
And Kruger lost number 2. So he's okay. So this is definitely an uphill battle now for Kruger.
just trying to mess with the crazy weird prices.
Yeah, there's enough time, but this won't go to time.
No, I think both players at this point are starting to feel a little tired, a little frustrated. And in all honesty, you know, it's in Steen's court. You know, he's flown amazing. He's done a really good job in, you know, the focus fire. You know, and at the end of the day, you know, especially these last couple of rounds, Bugha's dice have just basically left him. He hasn't been able to punch through those critical hits on these one health ships.
So they both lost one game yesterday in Twists.
Yeah. You know, so going 5-1 and then, you know, making it all the way through to the final. Meeting many, I think even there was a lot of rematches even in the final leading up to this. That, you know, it's they cannot be disappointed in their performances either of them. Yeah.
Klar en blå. Eller klar stressen.
Yeah, it looks like Steen is getting his injured chips
Barrel roll, do something.
out of the way.
Skal vi så tage Global-appen? Kan du vippe den?
Skal vi ikke bare sætte den i siden?
Nå, jo. Alt det der nymods noget, det har jeg jo ikke lært.
Og så skal den sidde med den.
Ja. Den er hvid, så jeg holder den der. Den der. Hvis du laver 2 turn, så må du absolut bombe ham. Og en action. Ja. Så han meget godt. Kan du hjælpe med den der?
Jeg skal den 2 frem. Ja.
Var det hans stress?
Det var hans stress, ja.
Ja, det var det, ja. Og den sidste, han laver 2 turn. Så han vil gerne... kan han ikke lige barrel roll bagud?
Sådan her.
Ja. Det var vist dem alle sammen.
Okay, så er den mine.
Det er dine.
Okay, Bugha's moves. Where is
Ligger
this
4
one
frem
going?
her.
Yes. Oh, it's
Det
that
har jeg
one.
sagt, vi gør.
Okay, so there is one shot at that.
Og jeg tænker, at jeg tager en lock dernede.
Ja.
Belbolappen.
Okay, he's taking a target.
Og der er 3 knap.
Der skulle ikke barrel rolls.
Nej. Og
Sear seems to be in 2 arcs right now. He's just in ones.
Så booster vi og linker til en fokus.
Hvad siger tiden?
Siger 25 minutter.
Ja.
Jeg prøver at skyde på bælbolappen her.
Yes.
Eller jeg prøver at skyde med bælbolappen på 16'eren, som er uskært.
This one is outside the range of TA 175, so you can safely
En enkelt.
kill it.
Ja.
Try anyway.
En i skade på 16'eren.
En i skade på 16.
Så er det dine. Jeg tror nærmest du er nede på den der, som kan skyde herover.
Ja,
That's it.
men jeg har calculate tokens nok at tage.
Ja. 2 evades.
Ja. Ja, det tænker jeg.
A bit after.
Range 3.
Yes.
2 mod 3.
2 og 3.
Jeg bruger min tanklock. 2 crits.
Double crit.
Og en crit på
It's a
16'eren.
crit.
Weapons failure.
Ja.
Yes.
Bugge is just holding in there, by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, but the damage he's done is spread a lot around.
Exactly.
Right? So, but at least now he's over 100 points.
Yep. Really didn't think this match was going to take this long, to be fair. I thought an hour and 15 at most, but yeah, we've passed the 90-minute mark now.
There are a lot of people holding on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ja.
Skal vi bare starte herovre? Et turn.
Yes, this is the final of the Danish Grand Championship.
Ja, med. Et turn. Et øjemål sagde, at den skulle kunne være her.
Yeah, the whole weekend will be up on YouTube at some point this week. I'm traveling for work the next week, so it probably won't be until Friday or the weekend when I've got time to actually been home for long enough to actually upload things.
Jeg kan ikke bære noget. Skulle vi ikke prøve noget nyt? Hvad har vi tilbage her?
10'eren og
er uskabt og har ikke sådan en der.
It wouldn't be surprising if this turns out to be the last round.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh, he's reloading.
Logoppen. Han
Instead of barreling up to take shots.
lige ud for at...
10'eren stress.
Har du fået en 2 fra?
Det har jeg. Sorry.
But we have picked up a little bit now, so it's even more. Almost every damage.
And you're gonna range when you only have one hull, you really gotta preserve it.
Yep.
That is the rising weapons table too.
Jeg tager en fokus.
Ja.
Jeg prøver at skyde her på 16'eren.
Ja, range 1.
Ja.
Okay, so here comes the ace.
2
here.
hits.
2 hits.
4 dice, 2 hits, 2 heads, blanks.
Ja.
Han er i hvert fald ude af range fra... Det var 16.
We're down to 7 chips on the board.
Yes.
Så har mine 5 ikke noget at skyde på.
Nej. Jamen, 10'eren må ikke skyde.
See, I need to tank 1 shot.
Jeg tænkte faktisk, du kunne ud af ark, men det ser da faktisk ud til, du er der.
Jeg tror, at du har mig i ark. Range 2. 2 mod 2. Ja, der døde jeg.
Sears dead.
Oh, yes.
Min sidste vinkle
Blanked out on the one hit.
Oh, I thought he rolled a
9 skyder.
focus.
Ja.
Maybe.
En enkelt.
En enkelt
Ja.
crit.
Okay, so 1/1 house drown.
Og jeg får en
Versus
tip
5
på 5'eren.
drones.
Og den her den er død.
That's it.
That's a hunter.
Congratulations. That's a fantastic match. So now I've got to go do my duties.
Yeah.
Det var en god kamp. Ja, men du var noget uheldig lige der.
Lords and ladies, gentlemen, I present to you the 2019 Danish Grand Champion, Steen Jensen. We don't have the trophy, sadly, so we'll have to get your contact info and we'll get it out to you. I got my trophy. But so next year we will have a Dane attending Worlds, I hope.
Yeah. No, next 2 weeks.
Vi vil have
I think
Just another one.
but you know, not enough weight points.
35,
Yeah.
so no money.
But yes, so congratulations, my friend. We'll get a photo and stuff.
Ja, du havde vist ikke sådan... Ja, det var lidt det samme, men en dårlig approach, og så når terningen så ikke hjælper, så er det fandme op ad bakken. Ja.
So there we are. That is this year's Danish Grand Championship all done. Thanks for tuning in this time. It was a fantastic weekend streaming for you guys. Hope you've enjoyed it. I really do think we'll be doing more of this over the next little while. So thanks everyone for tuning in. Do leave some comments if you can. Drop me a Facebook message or, comment on the posts that we've been posting up. And hopefully we'll see you guys around next time. Thanks guys. Have a good one.